When King Arad the Canaanite, which dwelt in the south, heard tell that Israel came by the way of the spies, then he fought against Israel, and took some of them prisoners. And Israel vowed a vow unto the Lord, and said, If thou wilt indeed deliver this people into my hand, then I will utterly destroy their cities. And the Lord hearkened to the voice of Israel, and delivered up the Canaanites, and they utterly destroyed them and their cities. And he called the name of the place Hormah. And they journeyed from Mount Hor by the way of the Red Sea to compass the land of Edom. And the soul of the people was much discouraged because of the way. And the people spake against God and against Moses. Wherefore have ye brought us up out of Egypt to die in the wilderness? For there is no bread, neither is there any water, and our soul loatheth this light bread. And the Lord sent fiery serpents among the people, and they bit the people, and much people of Israel died. Therefore the people came to Moses and said, We have sinned, for we have spoken against the Lord and against thee. Pray unto the Lord that he take away the serpents from us. And Moses prayed for the people. And the Lord said unto Moses, Make thee a fiery serpent, and set it upon a pole. And it shall come to pass that every one that is bitten, when he looketh upon it, shall live. And Moses made a serpent of brass, and put it upon a pole. And it came to pass that if a serpent had bitten any man, when he beheld the serpent of brass, he lived. And the children of Israel set forward, and pitched in Oboth. And they journeyed from Oboth, and pitched at Ijaabarim in the wilderness which is before Moab, toward the sunrising. From thence they removed, and pitched in the valley of Zared. From thence they removed, and pitched on the other side of Arnon, which is in the wilderness that cometh out of the coast of the Amorites. Arnon is the border of Moab, between Moab and the Amorites. Wherefore it is said in the book of the wars of the Lord, what he did in the Red Sea, and in the brooks of Arnon, and at the stream of the brooks that goeth down to the dwelling of Ar, and lieth upon the border of Moab. And from thence they went to Beer. That is the well whereof the Lord spake unto Moses, Gather the people together, and I will give them water. Then Israel sang this song, Spring up, O well, sing ye unto it. The princes digged the well, the nobles of the people digged it, by the direction of the lawgiver with their staves. And from the wilderness they went to Mattanah, and from Mattanah to Nahalio, and from Nahalio to Bamoth, and from Bamoth in the valley that is in the country of Moab, to the top of Pisgah, which looketh toward Jeshimon. And Israel sent messengers unto Sihon, king of the Amorites, saying, Let me pass through thy land. We will not turn into the fields, or into the vineyards. We will not drink of the waters of the well, but we will go along by the king's highway, until we be past thy borders. And Sihon would not suffer Israel to pass through his border. But Sihon gathered all his people together, and went out against Israel into the wilderness. And he came to Jahaz, and fought against Israel. And Israel smote him with the edge of the sword, and possessed his land from Arnon unto Jabbok, even unto the children of Ammon, for the border of the children of Ammon was strong. And Israel took all these cities, and Israel dwelt in all the cities of the Amorites, in Heshbon, and in all the villages thereof. For Heshbon was the city of Sihon, the king of the Amorites, who had fought against the former king of Moab, and taken all his land out of his hand, even unto Arnon. Wherefore they that speak in Proverbs say, Come into Heshbon, let the city of Sihon be built and prepared. For there is a fire gone out of Heshbon, a flame from the city of Sihon. It hath consumed Ar of Moab, and the lords of the high places of Arnon. Woe to thee, Moab! Thou art undone, O people of Chemosh. He hath given his sons that escaped, and his daughters, into captivity unto Sihon, king of the Amorites. We have shot at them. Heshbon is perished even unto Dibon, and we have laid them waste even unto Nophah, which reacheth unto Nineveh. Thus Israel dwelt in the land of the Amorites. And Moses sent to spy out Jazer, and they took the villages thereof, and drove out the Amorites that were there. And they turned and went up by the way of Bashan, And Og, the king of Bashan, went out against them, he and all his people, to the battle of Edrei. And the Lord said unto Moses, Fear him not, for I have delivered him into thy hand, and all his people and his land. And thou shalt do to him as thou didst unto Sihon, king of the Amorites, which dwelt at Heshbon. So they smote him, and his sons, and all his people, until there was none left him alive, and they possessed his land.
Chapter 22. Balak offers money, cattle, and great honors to Balaam to curse Israel. The Lord forbids Balaam to do so. An angel opposes Balaam on the way.
And the children of Israel set forward, and pitched in the plains of Moab on this side Jordan by Jericho. And Balak the son of Zippor saw all that Israel had done to the Amorites. And Moab was sore afraid of the people, because they were many. And Moab was distressed because of the children of Israel. And Moab said unto the elders of Midian, Now shall this company lick up all that are round about us, as the ox licketh up the grass of the field. And Balak the son of Zippor was king of the Moabites at that time. He sent messengers therefore unto Balaam the son of Beor to Pethor, which is by the river of the land of the children of his people, to call him, saying, Behold, there is a people come out from Egypt. Behold, they cover the face of the earth, and they abide over against me. Come now, therefore, I pray thee, curse me this people, for they are too mighty for me. Peradventure I shall prevail, that we may smite them, and that I may drive them out of the land. For I wot that he whom thou blessest is blessed, and he whom thou cursest is cursed. And the elders of Moab and the elders of Midian departed with their rewards of divination in their hand. And they came unto Balaam, and spake unto him the words of Balak. And he said unto them, Lodge here this night, and I will bring you word again, as the Lord shall speak unto me. And the princes of Moab abode with Balaam. And God came unto Balaam, and said, What men are these with thee? And Balaam said unto God, Balak the son of Zippor, king of Moab, hath sent unto me, saying, Behold, there is a people come out of Egypt, which covereth the face of the earth. Come now, curse me them. Peradventure I shall be able to overcome them, and drive them out. And God said unto Balaam, Thou shalt not go with them, thou shalt not curse the people, for they are blessed. And Balaam rose up in the morning, and said unto the princes of Balak, Get you into your land, for the Lord refuseth to give me leave to go with you. And the princes of Moab rose up, and they went unto Balak, and said, Balaam refuseth to come with us. And Balak sent yet again princes, more and more honorable than they. And they came to Balaam, and said to him, Thus saith Balak the son of Zippor, Let nothing, I pray thee, hinder thee from coming unto me. For I will promote thee unto very great honor, and I will do whatsoever thou sayest unto me. Come therefore, I pray thee, curse me this people. And Balaam answered and said unto the servants of Balak, If Balak would give me his house full of silver and gold, I cannot go beyond the word of the Lord my God, to do less or more. Now therefore, I pray you, tarry ye also here this night, that I may know what the Lord will say unto me more. And God came unto Balaam at night, and said unto him, If the men come to call thee, rise up, and go with them. But yet the word which I shall say unto thee, that shalt thou do. And Balaam rose up in the morning, and saddled his ass, and went with the princes of Moab. And God's anger was kindled because he went, and the angel of the Lord stood in the way for an adversary against him. Now he was riding upon his ass, and his two servants were with him. And the ass saw the angel of the Lord standing in the way, and his sword drawn in his hand. And the ass turned aside out of the way, and went into the field. And Balaam smote the ass, to turn her into the way. But the angel of the Lord stood in a path of the vineyards, a wall being on this side, and a wall on that side. And when the ass saw the angel of the Lord, she thrust herself unto the wall, and crushed Balaam's foot against the wall, and he smote her again. And the angel of the Lord went further, and stood in a narrow place, where was no way to turn either to the right hand or to the left. And when the ass saw the angel of the Lord, she fell down under Balaam, and Balaam's anger was kindled, and he smote the ass with a staff. And the Lord opened the mouth of the ass, and she said unto Balaam, What have I done unto thee, that thou hast smitten me these 3 times? And Balaam said unto the ass, Because thou hast mocked me, I would there were a sword in mine hand, for now would I kill thee. And the ass said unto Balaam, Am not I thine ass, upon which thou hast ridden ever since I was thine unto this day? Was I ever wont to do so unto thee? And he said, Nay. Then the Lord opened the eyes of Balaam, and he saw the angel of the Lord standing in the way, and his sword drawn in his hand. And he bowed down his head, and fell flat on his face. And the angel of the Lord said unto him, Wherefore hast thou smitten thine ass these 3 times? Behold, I went out to withstand thee, because thy way is perverse before me. And the ass saw me, and turned from me these 3 times. Unless she had turned from me, surely now also I had slain thee, and saved her alive. And Balaam said unto the angel of the Lord, I have sinned, for I knew not that thou stoodest in the way against me. Now therefore, if it displease thee, I will get me back again.
Happy
And the angel of the
Sunday,
Lord said unto
everyone.
Balaam,
Hello.
Go with the men, but only the word that I shall speak unto thee, that thou shalt speak. So Balaam went with the princes of Balak. And when Balak heard that Balaam was come, he went out to meet him unto a city of Moab, which is in the border of Arnon, which is in the utmost coast. And Balak said unto Balaam, Did I not earnestly send unto thee to call thee? Wherefore camest thou not unto me? Am I not able indeed to promote thee to honor? And Balaam said unto Balak, Lo, I am come unto thee. Have I now any power at all to say anything? The word that God putteth in my mouth, that shall I speak. And Balaam went with Balak, and they came unto Kirjath-Huzoth. And Balak offered oxen and sheep, and sent to Balaam, and to the princes that were with him. And it came to pass on the morrow, that Balak took Balaam, and brought him up into
Happy
the high
Sunday
places of Baal,
po.
that thence he might see the utmost part of the people.
Chapter 23. The Lord commands Balaam to bless Israel. He does so, saying, Who can count the dust of Jacob? And what hath God wrought?
And Balaam said unto Balak, Build me here 7 altars, and prepare me here 7 oxen and 7 rams. And Balak did as Balaam had spoken. And Balak and Balaam offered on every altar a bullock and a ram. And Balaam said unto Balak, Stand by thy burnt offering, and I will go. Peradventure the Lord will come to meet me, and whatsoever he showeth me I will tell thee. And he went to an high place. And God met Balaam, and he said unto him,
Share
I
ko
have
lang
prepared
sa
7 altars, and I have offered upon every altar a bullock and a ram. And the Lord put a word in Balaam's mouth, and said, Return unto Balak, and thus thou shalt speak. And he returned unto him, and lo, he stood by his burnt
Uy.
sacrifice, he and all the
Masana.
princes of Moab. And he took up his parable, and said, Balak the king of Moab hath brought me from Aram, out of the mountains of the east, saying, Come, curse me Jacob, and come, defy Israel. How shall I curse whom God hath not cursed? Or how shall I defy whom the Lord hath not defied?
Then,
For from the top of the rocks I see him, and from the hills I behold him. Lo, the people shall dwell alone, and shall not be reckoned among the nations. Who can count the dust of Jacob, and the number of the 4th part of Israel? Let me die the death of the righteous, and let my last end be like his. And Balak said unto Balaam, What hast thou done unto me? I took thee to curse mine enemies, and behold, thou hast blessed them altogether. And he answered and said, Must I not take heed to speak that which the Lord hath put in my mouth? And Balak said unto him, Come, I pray thee, with me unto another place, from whence thou mayest see them. Thou shalt see but the utmost part of them, and shalt not see them all, and curse me them from thence. And he brought him into the field of Zophim, to the top of Pisgah, and built 7 altars, and offered a bullock and a ram on every altar. And he said unto Balak, Stand here by thy burnt offering, while I meet the Lord yonder. And the Lord met Balaam, and put a word in his mouth, and said, Go again unto Balak, and say thus. And when he came to him, behold, he stood by his burnt offering, and the princes of Moab with him. And Balak said unto him, What hath the Lord spoken? And he took up his parable, and said, Rise up, Balak, and hear. Hearken unto me, thou son of Zippor. God is not a man, that he should lie, neither the Son of Man, that he should repent. Hath he said, and shall he not do it? Or hath he spoken, and shall he not make it good? Behold, I have received commandment to bless, and he hath blessed, and I cannot reverse it. He hath not beheld iniquity in Jacob, neither hath he seen perverseness in Israel. The Lord his God is with him, and the shout of a king is among them. God brought them out of Egypt. He hath as it were the strength of an unicorn. Surely there is no enchantment against Jacob, neither is there any divination against Israel. According to this time it shall be said of Jacob and of Israel, What hath God wrought? Behold, the people shall rise up as a great lion, and lift up himself as a young lion. He shall not lie down until he eat of the prey, and drink the blood of the slain. And Balak said unto Balaam, Neither curse them at all, nor bless them at all. But Balaam answered and said unto Balak, Told not I thee, saying, All that the Lord speaketh, that I must do? And Balak said unto Balaam, Come, I pray thee, I will bring thee unto another place. Peradventure it will please God that thou mayest curse me them from thence. And Balak brought Balaam unto the top of Peor, that looketh toward Jeshimon. And Balaam said unto Balak, Build me here 7 altars, and prepare me here 7 bullocks and 7 rams. And Balak did as Balaam had said, and offered a bullock and a ram on every altar.
Chapter 24. Balaam sees in vision and prophesies of the destiny of Israel. He prophesies of the Messiah. There will come a star out of Jacob, and a scepter will rise out of Israel.
And when Balaam saw that it pleased the Lord to bless Israel, he went not, as at other times, to seek for enchantments, but he set his face toward the wilderness. And Balaam lifted up his eyes, and he saw Israel abiding in his tents according to their tribes. And the Spirit of God came upon him. And he took up his parable, and said, Balaam the son of Beor hath said, and the man whose eyes are open hath said. He hath said, which heard the words of God, which saw the vision of the Almighty, falling into a trance, but having his eyes open. How goodly are thy tents, O Jacob, and thy tabernacles, O Israel. As the valleys are they spread forth, as gardens by the river's side, as the trees of lying aloes, which the Lord hath planted, and as cedar trees beside the waters. He shall pour the water out of his buckets, and his seed shall be in many waters, and his king shall be higher than Agag, and his kingdom shall be exalted. God brought him forth out of Egypt. He hath as it were the strength of an unicorn. He shall eat up the nations his enemies, and shall break their bones, and pierce them through with his arrows. He couched, he lay down as a lion, and as a great lion. Who shall stir him up? Blessed is he that blesseth thee, and cursed is he that curseth thee. And Balak's anger was kindled against Balaam, and he smote his hands together. And Balak said unto Balaam, I called thee to curse mine enemies, and behold, thou hast altogether blessed them these 3 times. Therefore now flee thou to thy place. I thought to promote thee unto great honor, but lo, the Lord hath kept thee back from honor. And Balaam said unto Balak, Spake I not also to thy messengers, which thou sentest unto me, saying, If Balak would give me his house full of silver and gold, I cannot go beyond the commandment of the Lord, to do either good or bad of mine own mind. But what the Lord saith, that will I speak. And now, behold, I go unto my people. Come therefore, and I will advertise thee what this people shall do to thy people in the latter days. And he took up his parable, and said, Balaam the son of Beor hath said, and the man whose eyes are open hath said. He hath said, which heard the words of God, and knew the knowledge of the Most High, which saw the vision of the Almighty, falling into a trance, but having his eyes open. I shall see him, but not now. I shall behold him, but not nigh. There shall come a star out of Jacob, and a scepter shall rise out of Israel, and shall smite the corners of Moab, and destroy all the children of Sheth. And Edom shall be a possession, Seir also shall be a possession for his enemies, and Israel shall do valiantly. Out of Jacob shall come he that shall have dominion, and shall destroy him that remaineth of the city. And when he looked on Amalek, he took up his parable, and said, Amalek was the first of the nations, but his latter end shall be that he perish
Hello
forever.
po,
And
good
he looked on the
afternoon, happy
Kenites,
happy
and took up his parable,
Sunday.
and said,
Kakain
Strong is thy
ako.
dwelling place,
Tapos
and thou
nito,
puttest thy nest
nagsishare
in
lang
a
po
rock.
ako.
Nevertheless, the Kenites shall be
Share.
wasted, until Asher shall carry thee away
Hello
captive.
po,
And he took up his parable,
kinig
and
lang
said,
tayo ng
Alas,
Word of
who shall
God.
live when God doeth this?
Mamaya,
And
sino
ships shall
mga
come
gusto
from the coast of Kittim,
mag-Bible
and shall afflict
trivia?
Asher, and shall afflict Eber, and he also shall perish forever. And Balaam rose up, and went and returned to his place, and Balak also went his way.
Chapter 25. The Israelites who worship false gods are slain. Phinehas slays the adulterers and stays the plague. Israel is commanded to vex the Midianites who beguiled them.
And Israel abode in Shittim, and the people began to commit whoredom with the daughters of Moab. And they called the people unto the sacrifices of their gods, and the people did eat, and bowed down to their gods. And Israel joined himself unto Baal Peor, and the anger of the Lord was kindled against Israel. And the Lord said unto Moses, Take all the heads of the people, and hang them up before the Lord against the sun, that the fierce anger of the Lord may be turned away from Israel. And Moses said unto the judges of Israel, Slay ye every one his men that were joined unto Baal Peor. And behold, one of the children of Israel came and brought unto his brethren a Midianitish woman in the sight of
Tamsakos
Moses,
bagong
and in
dikit.
the sight of all
Okay,
the
bigyan kita
congregation of the
jacket.
children of Israel, who were weeping before the door of the tabernacle of the congregation. And
Hong
when
Kong
Phinehas,
Diaries
the
po
son
ito.
of Eleazar,
Ha?
the son of Aaron the priest,
Sige, wait
saw
lang.
it, he rose up from among the congregation, and took a javelin in
Oh,
his
ayan,
hand.
bigyan kita ng
And he
jacket.
went after the man of
Nag-play ako
Israel
sa'yo
into the
kagabi.
tent, and thrust both of them
Kumusta
through,
na?
the man of Israel and the woman.
May ilis ka mamaya?
So the plague was stayed from the children of Israel.
Maglaba nga
died
ako
in
eh.
the plague
Ah,
were
sige.
24,000.
Ninja mo yan.
And the Lord spake
Ilan
unto
ng
Moses, saying,
ninja mo?
Phinehas, the son of Eleazar, the son of Aaron
Ilan
the priest,
cellphone mo?
hath turned my wrath away from the children
Ah,
of
sige.
Israel, while he was
Na
zealous
oras?
for my sake among them,
Nag-play ako
that I
kagabi.
consumed not the children of Israel in my
Hanggang
jealousy.
naglubat ang laptop ko.
Wherefore say, Behold, I give unto him my covenant of peace, and he shall have it, and his seed after him, even the covenant
Sa
of an
isang
everlasting
SIM,
priesthood, because he was zealous for his
10,
God,
kaya lang
and made
mag-start ka
an
muna
atonement
ng
for the
5.
children of Israel.
Sunod
Now the
linggo
name of the
naman 5.
Israelite that was slain,
Kain
even
tayo.
that was slain with the
Maglalaba nga
Midianitish
ako
woman,
eh.
was Zimri, the son
Pa-outplay
of
kita
Salem,
lagi.
a prince of a
Ano,
chief house
6 na
among
kayo
the
member eh.
Simeonites. And the name of the Midianitish woman
Tapos
that was
ginawan ko
slain
na
was
kayo ng
Cosbi, the
shoutout
daughter of
video
Zur.
ko.
He was head over a
Diba?
people and of a chief house
Ayun,
in Midian.
umano na.
And
Nasali
the Lord
sa
spake unto Moses,
nasali
saying,
sa rating
Vex
ni
the
Lolo.
Midianites, and smite them.
Ano,
For they vex
8
you with
na
their
lang kulang
wiles,
kong video.
wherewith they have beguiled you in the matter of Peor, and in the matter of
Ah,
Cosbi,
sige.
the daughter of a prince of Midian,
Pagkain mo,
their sister,
ingat
which was
ah.
slain in the day of the plague for Peor's sake.
Mga ano, o
Chapter
6 na.
26. Moses and Eleazar count the Israelites
6
on
na
the
kayo.
plains of Moab
Tapos,
near
yun,
Jericho.
hanap pa ako
The
ng
males
ano,
20 years and older,
yung mga
excluding Levites,
need ng watch
total
hour kasi pag nandito
601,770.
kayo, napiplay ko
Only
yung
Caleb and Joshua remain from those
video
who
nyo,
were
then
slain.
binababa na yun
And
ni
it came
Night
to
Bot
pass
kung
after
may
the
mag
plague, that the Lord spake
kung
unto
may
Moses and unto
kuan
Eleazar,
sa
the son of Aaron the
sinasabihan ko ng mga
priest, saying,
bisita na
Take the sum of
Lablabin
all the
kayo din.
congregation of the
Ano,
children of Israel,
kapag
from
check nyo
20
lang
years
yung
old and upward,
komento nyo kung
throughout their
merong
father's
mga
house, all that are
bago.
able to go to war
Sinasadok
in
sila
Israel.
na
And
sa dulo
Moses and
ilagay from
Eleazar
her
the priest
balistang Pinay
spake with them in the plains of
para
Moab
alam
by
nyo
Jordan near
saan
Jericho,
sila
saying,
galing.
Take the sum of the people from 20 years old and upward,
Ay alam ko
as the
nagagawa
Lord
akong night
commanded
boat
Moses and the
na
children of Israel, which went
para si
forth out
night
of the
boat
land of
magbaba
Egypt.
ng
Reuben, the
bahay
eldest
nyo.
son of
Pwede yun eh.
Israel, the children of Reuben,
Gawa ka
Hanok,
ng
of
night
whom
boat
cometh
mo.
the family of the Hanakites, of Palu, the family of the Paluites,
Ingat ka ha,
of
ingat ka dyan.
Hezron, the family of the Hezronites,
Nagsishare
of
pa ako sa
Carmi,
ano.
the family of the Carmites.
Yung
These are
share
the
clip
families
lang
of the
gamit ko.
Reubenites, and they that were numbered of them were
Inaral ko yung share
43,730.
clip.
And the sons of Palu, Eliab, and the sons of Eliab,
Kikita niya.
Nemuel, and Dathan, and Abiram.
Sinishare
This
ko
is
sa
that Dathan and Abiram, which were
Messenger.
famous in the congregation, who strove against Moses and against Aaron in the company of Korah, when they strove against the Lord. And the earth opened her mouth and swallowed
Maglalaba
them up
ako.
together with Korah, when that company died. What time the fire devoured 250 men, and they became a sign. Notwithstanding the children of Korah died not. The sons of Simeon after their families, of Nemuel, the family of the Nemuelites, of Jamin, the family of the Jaminites, of Jachin, the family of the Jachinites, of Zerah, the family of the Zarhites, of Shaul, the family of the Shaulites. These are the families of the Simeonites, 20 and 2,000.
Sige, play ko yung binaba.
The children of Gad after their
Pero
families,
binababa na
of
yan ni
Zephon,
Nightbot
the family of
yung
the
ano
Zephonites,
nyo.
of Haggi, the
Tingnan ko
family
kung
of the
gumana.
Haggites,
Inayos ko
of
yung
Shunai,
kagabi.
the family of the Shunites, of Ozni, the family of the Oznites, of Eri, the family of the Erites, of Arod,
Sige,
the family
ingat.
of the
Mag-lunch
Arodites,
ka na rin
of
dyan.
Areli, the family of the
Sige,
Arelites.
premiere mo
These
yan.
are the families of the children of Gad,
Sige,
according to those that
tamsakan
were
ko.
numbered of them, 40,500. The sons of Judah were and Onan, and and Onan died in the land of Canaan.
Oh, ingat
And the
ka
sons
din
of
dyan.
Judah after
Enjoy
their
sa
families
iyong
were of Shelah, the family of the
lunchtime with
Shelanites,
friends.
of Pharez, the family of the Pharzites, of Zerah, the family of the Zarhites. And the sons of Pharez were
Ay,
of
okay.
Hezron, the
Ilablab ko
family
sa
of the
iyo yung
Hezronites,
aking
of
alagad.
Hamel, the family of the Hamelites. These are the families of Judah, according to those that were numbered of them, 16,500. Of the sons of Issachar after their families, of Tola, the family of the Tolaites, of Pua, the family of the Punites, of Jashub, the family of the Jashubites, of Shimron, the family of the Shimronites. These are the families of Issachar, according to those that were numbered of them, 64,400. Of the sons of Zebulun after their families, of Sirid, the family of the Zardites, of Elon, the family of the Elonites, of Jaliel, the family of the Jalielites. These are the families of the Zebulunites, according to those that were numbered of them, 60,500. The sons of Joseph after their families were Manasseh and Ephraim. Of the sons of Manasseh, of Machir, the family of the Machirites, and Machir begat Gilead. Of Gilead come the family of the Gileadites. These are the sons of Gilead. Of Jeezer, the family of Jeezerites. Of Helek, the family of the Helekites. And of Azriel, the family of the Azrielites. And of Shechem, the family of the Shechemites. And of Shemida, the family of the Shemidaites. And of Hefer, the family of the Heferites. And Zelophehad, the son of Hefer, had no sons, but daughters. And the names of the daughters of Zelophehad were Mala, and Noah, Hoglah, Milcah, and Tirzah. These are the families of Manasseh, and those that were numbered of them, 50 and 2,700. These are the sons of Ephraim after their families, of Shuthelah, the family of the Shuthelites, of Becher, the family of the Bachrites, of Tahan, the family of the Tahanites. And these are the sons of Shuthelah, of Aaron, the family of the Aaronites. These are the families of the sons of Ephraim, according to those that were numbered of them, 30 and 2,500. These are the sons of Joseph after their families. The sons of Benjamin after their families, of Bela, the family of the Belaites, of Ashbel, the family of the Ashbelites, of Ahiram, the family of the Ahiramites, Of Shupham, the family of the Shuphamites. Of Hupham, the family of the Huphamites. And the sons of Bela were Ard and Naaman. Of Ard, the family of the Ardites. And of Naaman, the family of the Naamites. These are the sons of Benjamin after their families. And they that were numbered of them were 40,5,600. These are the sons of Dan after their families. Of Shuham, the family of the Shuhamites. These are the families of Dan after their families.
May
All the
premium
families
din
of the
pala.
Shuhamites, according to those that were numbered of them, were 64,400. Of the children of Asher, after their families, of Jimnah, the family of the Jimnites, of Jeshui, the family of the Jeshuites, of Beriah, the family of the Berites, of the sons of Beriah, of Heber, the family of the Heberites, of Malchiel, the family of the Malchielites. And the name of the daughter of Asher was Sarah. These are the families of the sons of Asher, according to those that were numbered of them, who were 53,400. Of the sons of Naphtali, after their families, of Jaziel, the family of the Jazielites, of Guni, the family of the Gunites, of Jezer, the family of the Jezerites, of Shillem, the family of the Shillemites. These are the families of Naphtali, according to their families. And they that were numbered of them were 40,5,400. These were the numbered of the children of Israel, 600,000 and 1,730. And the Lord spake unto Moses, saying, Unto these the land shall be divided for an inheritance according to the number of names. To many thou shalt give the more inheritance, and to few thou shalt give the less inheritance. To every one shall his inheritance be given, according to those that were numbered of him. Notwithstanding, the land shall be divided by lot. According to the names of the tribes of their fathers they shall inherit. According to the lot shall the possession thereof be divided between many and few. And these are they that were numbered of the Levites after their families. Of Gershon, the family of the Gershonites. Of Kohath, the family of the Kohathites. Of Merari, the family of the Merarites. These are the families of the Levites. The family of the Libnites. The family of the Hebronites. The family of the Malites. The family of the Mushites. The family of the Kohathites. And Kohath begat Amram. And the name of Amram's wife was Jochebed, the daughter of Levi, whom her mother bare to Levi in Egypt. And she bare unto Amram, Aaron, and Moses, and Miriam their sister. And unto Aaron was born Nadab, and Abihu, Eleazar, and Ithamar. And Nadab and Abihu died when they offered strange fire before the Lord. And those that were numbered of them were 23,000, all males from a month old and upward. For they were not numbered among the children of Israel, because there was no inheritance given them among the children of Israel. These are they that were numbered by Moses and Eleazar the priest, who numbered the children of Israel in the plains of Moab by Jordan near Jericho. But among these there was not a man whom Moses and Aaron the priest numbered, when they numbered the children of Israel in the wilderness of Sinai. For the Lord had said of them, They shall surely die in the wilderness, and there was not left a man of them, save Caleb the son of Jephunneh, and Joshua the son of Nun.
Chapter 27. The law of inheritances to sons, daughters, and kinsmen is explained. Moses will see but not enter the promised land. Joshua is called and set apart to lead Israel.
Then came the daughters of Zelophehad, the son of Heber, the son of Gilead, the son of Machir, the son of Manasseh, of the families of Manasseh, the son of Joseph. And these are the names of his daughters, Mahlah, Noah, and Hoglah, and Milcah, and Tirzah. And they stood before Moses, and before Eleazar the priest, and before the princes and all the congregation, by the door of the tabernacle of the congregation, saying, Our father died in the wilderness, and he was not in the company of them that gathered themselves together against the Lord in the company of Korah, but
Asan
died in his own sin,
bunting?
and had no sons. Why should the name of our father be done away from among his family, because he have no son? Give unto us therefore a possession among the brethren of our father. And Moses brought their cause before the Lord. And the Lord spake unto Moses, saying, The daughters of Zelophehad speak right. Thou shalt surely give them a possession of an inheritance among their father's brethren, and thou shalt cause the inheritance of their father to pass unto them. And thou shalt speak unto the children of Israel, saying, If a man die and have no son, then ye shall cause his inheritance to pass unto his daughter. And if he have no daughter, then ye shall give his inheritance unto his brethren. And if he have no brethren, then ye shall give his inheritance unto his father's brethren. And if his father have no brethren, then ye shall give his inheritance unto his kinsman that is next to him of his family, and he shall possess it. And it shall be unto the children of Israel a statute of judgment, as the Lord commanded Moses. And the Lord said unto Moses, Get thee up into this Mount Abarim, and see the land which I have given unto the children of Israel. And when thou hast seen it, thou also shalt be gathered unto thy people, as Aaron thy brother was gathered. For ye rebelled against my commandment in the desert of Zin, in the strife of the congregation, to sanctify me at the water before their eyes. That is the water of Meribah in Kadesh in the wilderness of Zin. And Moses spake unto the Lord, saying, Let the Lord, the God of the spirits of all flesh, set a man over the congregation, which may go out before them, and which may go in before them, and which may lead them out, and which may bring them in, that the congregation of the Lord be not as sheep which have no shepherd. And the Lord said unto Moses, Take thee Joshua the son of Nun, a man in whom is the Spirit, and lay thine hand upon him, and set him before Eleazar the priest, and before all the congregation, and give him a charge in their sight. And thou shalt put some of thine honor upon him, that all the congregation of the children of Israel may be obedient. And he shall stand before Eleazar the priest, who shall ask counsel for him after the judgment of Urim before the Lord. At his word shall they go out, and at his word they shall come in, both he and all the children of Israel with him, even all the congregation. And Moses did as the Lord commanded him, and he took Joshua and set him before Eleazar the priest, and before all the congregation. And he laid his hands upon him, and gave him a charge, as the Lord commanded by the hand of Moses.
Chapter 28. Sacrifices are to be offered each morning and evening, on the Sabbath, on the first day of each month, at Passover, on each day of the feast of unleavened bread, and at the feast of first fruits.
And the Lord spake unto Moses, saying, Command the children of Israel, and say unto them, My offering and my bread for my sacrifices made by fire, for a sweet savour unto me, shall ye observe to offer unto me in their due season. And thou shalt say unto them, This is the offering made by fire, which ye shall offer unto the Lord, 2 lambs of the first year without spot, day by day, for a continual burnt offering. The one lamb shalt thou offer in the morning, and the other lamb shalt thou offer at even, and a 10th part of an ephah of flour for a meat offering, mingled with the 4th part of an hin of beaten oil. It is a continual burnt offering, which was ordained in Mount Sinai for a sweet savor, a sacrifice made by fire unto the Lord. And the drink offering thereof shall be the 4th part of an hin for the one lamb. In the holy place shalt thou cause the strong wine to be poured unto the Lord for a drink offering. And the other lamb shalt thou offer at even, as the meat offering of the morning, and as the drink offering thereof, thou shalt offer it, a sacrifice made by fire, of a sweet savour unto the Lord. And on the Sabbath day 2 lambs of the first year without spot, and 2 tenth deals of flour for a meat offering, mingled with oil, and the drink offering thereof. This is the burnt offering of every Sabbath, beside the continual burnt offering and his drink offering. And in the beginnings of your months ye shall offer a burnt offering unto the Lord, 2 young bullocks and 1 ram, 7 lambs of the first year without spot, and 3 tenth deals of flour for a meat offering, mingled with oil, for 1 bullock, and 2 tenth deals of flour for a meat offering, mingled with oil, for 1 ram, and a several tenth deal of flour mingled with oil for a meat offering unto 1 lamb, for a burnt offering of a sweet savour, a sacrifice made by fire unto the Lord. And their drink offerings shall be half an hin of wine unto a bullock, and the third part of an hin unto a ram, and a fourth part of an hin unto a lamb. This is the burnt offering of every month throughout the months of the year.
tinapa.
And
Ang
one
ilan.
kid of the goats for a sin offering unto the Lord shall be offered, beside the continual burnt
Sarap yung
offering and
tinapa.
his drink offering. And in the 14th day of the first month is the Passover of the Lord. And in the 15th day of this month is the feast. 7 days shall unleavened bread be eaten. In the first day shall be an holy convocation. Ye shall do no manner of servile work therein. But ye shall offer a sacrifice made by fire for a burnt offering unto the Lord. 2 young bullocks and 1 ram, and 7 lambs of the first year. They shall be unto you without blemish. And their meat offering shall be of flour mingled with oil. 3/10 deals shall ye offer for a bullock, and 2/10 deals for a ram. A several tenth deal shalt thou offer for every lamb
Ano
throughout
na
the
yan
7 lambs,
Old
and
Testament
1 goat for
sa
a sin
chapter
offering to make an
20.
atonement for you. Ye shall offer these beside the
Kikinig na
burnt
lang
offering in the
kaysa
morning, which
pa-music.
is for a continual burnt offering. After this manner ye shall offer daily, throughout the 7 days, the meat of the sacrifice made by fire, of a sweet savor unto the Lord. It shall be offered beside the continual burnt offering, and his drink offering. And on the 7th day
Sarap
ye shall have an
pinapakain
holy
po.
convocation. Ye shall do no servile work. Also in the day of the first fruits, when ye bring a new meat offering unto the Lord, after your weeks be out, ye shall have an holy convocation. Ye shall do no servile work. But ye shall offer the burnt offering for a sweet savor unto the Lord. 2 young bullocks, 1 ram, 7 lambs of the first year. And their meat offering of flour mingled with oil. 3/10 deals unto 1 bullock, 2/10 deals unto 1 ram. A several tenth deal unto 1 lamb throughout the 7 lambs. And 1 kid of the goats to make an atonement for you. Ye shall offer them beside the continual burnt offering, and his meat offering. They shall be unto you without blemish, and their drink offerings.
Chapter 29. Sacrifices are to be offered during the 7th month, including at the Feast of Trumpets and at the Feast of Tabernacles.
And in the 7th month, on the first day of the month, ye shall have an holy convocation. Ye shall do no servile work. It is a day of blowing the trumpets unto you. And ye shall offer a burnt offering for a sweet savor unto the Lord. 1 young bullock, 1 ram, and 7 lambs of the first year without blemish. And their meat offering shall be of flour mingled with oil. 3/10 deals for a bullock, and 2/10 deals for a ram, and 1/10 deal for 1 lamb throughout the 7 lambs, and 1 kid of the goats for a sin offering to make an atonement for you. Beside the burnt offering of the month, and his meat offering, and the daily burnt offering, and his meat offering, and their drink offerings, according unto their manner, for a sweet savor, a sacrifice made by fire unto the Lord. And ye shall have on the 10th day of this 7th month an holy convocation, and ye shall afflict your souls. Ye shall not do any work therein, but ye shall offer a burnt offering unto the Lord for a sweet savor. 1 young bullock, 1 ram, and 7 lambs of the first year. They shall be unto you without blemish. And their meat offering shall be of flour mingled with oil. 3/10 deals to a bullock, and 2/10 deals to 1 ram. A several tenth deal for 1 lamb throughout the 7 lambs. 1 kid of the goats for a sin offering, beside the sin offering of atonement, and the continual burnt offering, and the meat offering of it, and their drink offerings. And on the 15th day of the 7th month, ye shall have an holy convocation. Ye shall do no servile work, and ye shall keep a feast unto the Lord 7 days. And ye shall offer a burnt offering, a sacrifice made by fire, of a sweet savor unto the Lord. 13 young bullocks, 2 rams, and 14 lambs of the first year. They shall be without blemish. And their meat offering shall be of flour mingled with oil. 3/10 deals unto every bullock of the 13 bullocks. 2/10 deals to each ram of the 2 rams. And a several tenth deal to each lamb of the 14 lambs. And 1 kid of the goats for a sin offering, beside the continual burnt offering, his meat offering, and his drink offering. And on the second day ye shall offer 12 young bullocks, 2 rams, 14 lambs of the first year without spot. And their meat offering and their drink offerings for the bullocks, for the rams, and for the lambs shall be according to their number, after the manner. And 1 kid of the goats for a sin offering, beside the continual burnt offering, and the meat offering thereof, and their drink offerings. And on the third day 11 bullocks, 2 rams, 14 lambs of the first year without blemish. And their meat offering and their drink offerings for the
Hi
bullocks,
po,
for the rams,
Sister
and for the
Ever
lambs
Vlog.
shall be
Kumusta
according to
po?
their
Kain
number,
po,
after
Sister
the
E.
manner. And 1 goat for a sin offering,
Gutom na
beside
no.
the continual burnt offering, and his meat offering, and his drink offering. And on the fourth day 10 bullocks, 2 rams, and 14 lambs of the first year without blemish. Their meat offering and their drink offerings for the
Sarap
bullocks, for the
tinapa.
rams, and for the lambs shall be according to their number, after the manner. And 1 kid of the goats for a sin offering, beside the continual burnt offering, his meat offering, and his drink offering. And on the 5th day 9 bullocks, 2 rams, and 14 lambs of the first year without spot.
Salamat
And their
po sa
meat offering
patamsak,
and their
Sister
drink
E.
offerings for the bullocks, for the rams, and for the
Bakit
lambs
yan
shall be according to their
kuam
number,
siya?
after the manner. And 1 goat for a sin offering, beside the continual burnt offering, and his meat offering, and his drink offering. And on the 6th day 8 bullocks, 2 rams, and 14 lambs of the first year without blemish. And their meat offering and their drink offerings for the bullocks, for the rams, and for the lambs shall be according to their number, after the manner. And 1 goat for a sin offering, beside the continual burnt offering, his meat offering, and his drink offering. And on the 7th day 7 bullocks, 2 rams, and 14 lambs of the first year without blemish. And their meat offering and their drink
Tapos na
offerings
po.
for the
Wait lang
bullocks,
po.
for the rams, and for the lambs shall be according to their number, after the manner. And 1 goat for a sin offering, beside the continual burnt offering, his meat offering, and his drink offering. On the 8th day ye shall have a solemn assembly. Ye shall do no servile work therein, but ye shall offer a burnt offering, a sacrifice made by fire, of a sweet savor unto the Lord. 1 bullock, 1 ram, 7 lambs of the first year, without blemish. Their meat offering and their drink offerings for the bullock, for the ram, and for the lambs shall be according to their number, after the manner. And 1 goat for a sin offering, beside the continual burnt offering, and his meat offering, and his drink offering. These things ye shall do unto the Lord in your set feasts, beside your vows and your free will offerings, for your burnt offerings, and for your meat offerings, and for your drink offerings, and for your peace offerings. And Moses told the children of Israel according to all that the Lord commanded Moses.
Chapter 30. Vows and oaths must be kept. Fathers may disallow vows of daughters, and husbands may disallow vows of wives.
And Moses spake unto the heads of the tribes concerning the children of Israel, saying, This is the thing which the Lord hath commanded. If a man vow a vow unto the Lord, or swear an oath to bind his soul with a bond, he shall not break his word. He shall do according to all that proceedeth out of his mouth. If a woman also vow a vow unto the Lord, and bind herself by a bond, being in her father's house in her youth, and her father hear her vow, and her bond wherewith she hath bound her soul, and her father shall hold his peace at her, then all her vows shall stand, and every bond wherewith she hath bound her soul shall stand. But if her father disallow her in the day that he heareth, not any of her vows or of her bonds wherewith she hath bound her soul shall stand, and the Lord shall forgive her,
Ay,
because her
thank you,
father
Lord.
disallowed
Nabusog
her.
ako.
And if she had at all an husband, when she vowed, or uttered aught out of her lips, wherewith she bound her soul, and her husband heard it, and held his peace at her in the day that he heard it, then her vows shall stand, and her bonds wherewith she bound her soul shall stand. But if her husband disallowed her on the day that he heard it, then he shall make her vow which she vowed, and that which she uttered with her lips, wherewith
Di
she
man
bound her
nag-work yung
soul,
ibang
of none effect, and the Lord shall
ano
forgive her.
hindi
But
binababa
every
ni
vow of a
Nightbot yung
widow
iba.
and of her that is
Ba't
divorced,
kaya gano'n?
wherewith they have bound their souls, shall stand against her. And if she vowed in her husband's house, or bound her soul by a bond with an oath, and her husband heard it, and held his peace at her, and disallowed her not, then all her vows shall stand, and every bond wherewith she bound her soul shall stand. But if her husband hath utterly made them void on the day he heard them, then whatsoever proceeded out of her lips concerning her vows, or concerning the bond of her soul, shall not stand. Her husband hath made them void, and the Lord shall forgive her. Every vow and every binding oath to afflict the soul, her husband may establish it, or her husband may make it void. But if her husband
Ay,
altogether
wala
hold
po
his peace at
kayong
her from day
wilis
to
nga,
day,
sister.
then he establisheth all her vows, or all her bonds,
Wait,
which are
ba't
upon her.
napunta dun
He
siya?
confirmeth them,
Ay,
because he
wala.
held his peace at her in the day that he heard them.
Si
But if he shall
Madis.
any
Ay,
ways make them void after that he hath heard them, then he shall bear her iniquity. These are the statutes which the Lord commanded Moses, between a man and his wife, between the father and his daughter, being yet in her youth in her father's house.
Chapter 31. Moses sends forth 12,000 warriors who destroy the Midianites. The prey is divided in Israel. None in the armies of Israel are lost.
And the Lord spake unto Moses, saying, Avenge the children of Israel of the Midianites. Afterward shalt thou be gathered unto thy people. And Moses spake unto the people, saying, Arm some of yourselves unto the war, and let them go against the Midianites, and avenge the Lord of Midian. Of every tribe 1,000, throughout all the tribes of Israel, shall ye send to the war. So there were delivered out of the thousands of Israel 1,000 of every tribe, 12,000 armed for war. And Moses sent them to the war, 1,000 of every tribe. Them and Phinehas, the son of Eleazar, the priest, to the war, with the holy instruments, and the trumpets to blow in his hand. And they warred against the Midianites, as the Lord commanded
Nag-pump
Moses,
up yung
and they
ano
slew
mo.
all the males.
Akala
And
ko
they
ano
slew
mo.
the kings of Midian, beside the rest of them that were slain, namely Evi, and Rechem,
Ay,
and
upload
Zur,
lang to.
and Hur, and Reba, 5 kings of Midian. Balaam also the son of Beor they slew with the sword. And the children of Israel took all the women of Midian captives, and their little ones, and took the spoil of all their cattle, and all their flocks, and all their
Uy,
goods.
final
And they burnt all their cities
vacationing na
wherein they
yan.
dwelt, and all their goodly castles with fire. And they took all the
Nag-watch
spoil,
ako
and
sa
all
ano
the
mo.
prey, both of men and of
Nag-pump up
beasts.
sa
And they brought the
cellphone
captives
ko.
and the prey and the spoil unto Moses and Eleazar the priest, and unto the congregation of the
Sister
children
Krishna.
of Israel, unto the camp
Good
at the plains of
afternoon.
Moab, which are by Jordan near Jericho. And Moses and Eleazar the priest, and all the princes of the
You have no
congregation,
upload?
went forth to meet them without the camp.
Okay.
And Moses was wroth with the officers of the host, with the
Watch
captains
muna ko
over
kay
thousands,
Sister
and captains over
Denver.
hundreds, which
Bro,
came from the
sorry.
battle. And Moses said unto them, Have ye saved all the women
Ano
alive?
yun?
Behold, these caused the
Richard.
children of Israel, through the counsel of Balaam, to
Oo,
commit trespass against the
naka-watch
Lord
na
in the
yan.
matter of Peor. And there was a plague among the congregation of the Lord. Now therefore kill every male among the little ones, and kill every woman that hath known man by lying with him.
Ayan
But
yung
all the
watch
women
ko.
children that have not known a man by lying with him, keep alive
Bro
for
Chad.
yourselves.
Bro Chad,
And do ye
naka-watch.
abide without the camp
Dalawang
7
city.
days. Whosoever
May
hath
tatlong
killed any
city.
person, and whosoever hath
Maya
touched
kay
any slain,
Sister
purify
si
both
Sister
yourselves and your captives on the 3rd day, and on the 7th day. And purify all your raiment, and all that is made of skins, and all work of goat's hair, and all
Maglaba
things
ako.
made of wood. And Eleazar the priest said unto the men of war which went to the battle, This is the ordinance of the law which the Lord commanded Moses. Only the gold and the silver,
Haba
the
naman.
brass, the iron, the tin, and the lead. Everything that may abide for fire, ye shall make it go through the fire, and it shall be clean.
Oh,
Nevertheless, it shall be purified with the water of separation. And
Huh?
all that abideth
What?
not the fire, ye shall make it go
No,
through the
wala.
water. And ye shall wash your clothes on the 7th day, and ye shall be clean. And afterward ye shall come into the camp. And the Lord spake unto Moses, saying,
Ang
Take the
sarap
sum
yan,
of the prey that was
bone marrow.
taken, both of man and of beast, thou and Eleazar the priest, and the chief
Aba,
fathers of the congregation,
init.
and divide the prey into 2 parts, between
Ah,
them
sige
that took
sis,
the
ani
war
mamaya
upon them,
play
who
kita.
went out to battle, and between all the congregation.
Nag-end na
And
pala si
levy a
Travis.
tribute unto the Lord of the men of war which went out to battle, 1 soul of
Sige,
500,
tambay ka lang.
both of the
Ayudan kita,
persons,
watch
and of
out.
the beeves, and of the asses, and of the sheep.
Ani sa
Take it
Dora
of their half,
Vlog.
and give it
Tambay
unto
ka lang.
Eleazar the
Ayudan kita,
priest,
watch out.
for an heave offering of the
Mamaya
Lord.
maglaba ako.
And of the children of Israel's half, thou shalt take 1 portion of 50,
Gayang
of the
init
persons,
man.
of the beeves, of the asses, and of the flocks, of all manner of beasts, and give them unto the Levites, which keep the charge of the tabernacle of the Lord. And Moses and Eleazar the priest did as the Lord commanded Moses. And the booty, being the rest of the prey which the men of war had caught, was 600,000 and 70,000 and 5,000 sheep, and 12,000 beeves, and 1,000 asses,
Oo, ako
and
na.
2,000
Kainit
persons
na
in all,
ako.
of women that had not known man by lying with him. And the half, which was the portion of them that
Nakaplay
went
pa
out
ako
to
kay
war,
bro.
was in number
Richard.
300,000 and 7 and
Uy,
30,000
hello,
and 500
update
sheep.
is.
And the Lord's
Start na
tribute of the
si
sheep was 660 and 15.
si
And the beeves were
madiscarding
30
na
and 6,000,
LS.
of which the Lord's tribute was
Nag-pump
30
up na sa
and 12.
ano ko.
And the asses were 30,000 and 500, of which the Lord's tribute was 60 and 1. And the persons were
Nakawatch.
16,000, of which the Lord's tribute was 30 and 2
Sige,
persons.
ito na nga din.
And Moses gave the
Para
tribute,
matapos
which
na
was the
tayo.
Lord's heave offering, unto Eleazar the priest, as the Lord commanded Moses. And of the children of Israel's
ano ko
half,
kasi.
which Moses divided from the men that warred. Now the half that pertained unto the congregation was 300,000 and 30,000 and 7,000 and 500
Uy,
sheep,
tinago mo
and 30
bahay
and
mo.
6,000 beeves, and 30,000 asses, and 500
Ba,
and
nakahide yung bananas
16,000
niya.
persons. Even of the children of
Alam ko
Israel's
yan,
half,
paano
Moses took
mag-hide.
1 portion of 50, both of man and of beast, and gave them unto the Levites, which kept the charge of the
Oh,
tabernacle of the
nag-play
Lord,
na ako.
as the Lord commanded Moses. And the officers which
Sarap
were
yan,
over
bone
thousands
marrow.
of the host, the captains of thousands and captains of hundreds, came near
Bone
unto Moses.
marrow.
And they said unto
Bone
Moses,
marrow na
Thy servants have taken
baboy.
the sum of the men of war which are under our charge, and there lacketh not 1 man of us. We have therefore brought an oblation for the Lord, what every man hath
Ilang
gotten,
minuto lang
of
ba
jewels
to?
of gold, chains and bracelets,
Dapat
rings,
premier mo
earrings, and
to.
tablets, to make an atonement for our souls before the Lord. And Moses and Eleazar the priest took the gold of them, even all wrought jewels, and all the gold of the offering that they offered up to the Lord,
Bone
of the
marrow.
captains of thousands and of the captains of hundreds, was 16,750 shekels. For the men of war had taken spoil, every man
Ang
for himself.
madiscarding
And
mami.
Moses and Eleazar the
Nag-LS
priest
ako
took
kagabi,
gold of
nantay
the
kita, hindi
captains
ka
of thousands
pumasok.
and of hundreds, and
Busy
brought
ka
it into
kagabi.
the tabernacle of the congregation,
Tagal namin
for a
nagchikahan
memorial for the
ni
children of
traditional
Israel
healer.
before the Lord.
Mag-alauna na ako nakakuan.
Chapter 32.
Mga alauna na
Reuben,
ako
Gad, and
naka
half the tribe of
nag-
Manasseh
nag-end
received their
kagabi.
inheritances east of the Jordan. They
Mami,
covenant to join
asa
other
na
tribes
LS
in
mo?
conquering Canaan.
Nahanap ko
Now
LS
the
mo.
children of Reuben and the children of Gad had a very great
Oo,
multitude of
nakita
cattle.
ko nga
And when they saw the
message
land
mo
of
doon.
Jazer and the land of Gilead,
Nakatambay din
that
sa
behold, the
cellphone
place
ko.
was a place for cattle. The children of Gad and the children of Reuben came and spake unto Moses, and to Eleazar the priest, and unto the princes of the congregation, saying, Adaroth, and Dibon, and Jazer, and Nimron, and Heshbon,
Alauna
and
na
Elealeh,
ako
and
nag-end
Sheban,
kasi
and
tumambay
Nebo,
si
and Beon,
traditional
even the
healer
country
TV.
which the Lord smote before the congregation of Israel, is a land for cattle, and thy servants have cattle. Wherefore said they, If we have found grace in thy sight, let this land be given unto thy servants for a possession, and bring us not over Jordan. And Moses said unto the children of Gad and to the children of
Ay,
Reuben,
ano ba?
Shall your brethren go to war, and shall ye sit here? And
Pa 2
wherefore
hours lang
discourage ye the
ako.
heart of the children of Israel
Uy,
from going over into the land which the Lord hath given them? Thus
na
did your
narinig
fathers
yung
when I
music.
sent them from
Yung
Kadesh
anak ko
Barnea to see the
nagpa-music.
land. For when they went up unto the valley of Eshcol
Huwag ka
and saw the land,
magpa-music.
they discouraged the heart of the children of
Yung anak
Israel,
ko nandito
that they
sa
should
tabi
not go
mo.
into the land
Biglang
which the Lord had
nagpa-andar
given
ng
them.
music.
And the Lord's anger was kindled the same time, and he sware, saying, Surely none of the men that came up out of Egypt, from 20 years old and upward, shall see the land which I swear unto Abraham, unto Isaac, and unto
Wala
Jacob,
yung
because they have
yung
not
anak
wholly
ko,
followed
bro,
me, save
nagpa-andar.
Caleb the son of
Hindi ako
Jephunneh the Kenizzite,
nagpapa-music yung
and Joshua the son of Nun.
ganyan
For
na
they
lang
have
basa
wholly
ng
followed the Lord, and the Lord's anger
Bible
was kindled
sa
against
Old
Israel, and
Testament
he
ko
made them wander
inumpisahan.
in the wilderness 40 years, until all the generation that had done evil in the sight of the Lord was consumed.
Ganyan.
And behold, ye are risen up in your father's stead, an increase of sinful men, to augment yet the fierce anger of the Lord toward Israel. For if ye turn away from
Dito
after
kasi
him,
sa
he
tabi
will
ko
yet
yung
again
anak
leave
ko
them in
na
the wilderness, and
nanood
ye
sa
shall destroy
TikTok.
all this
Kaya
people.
biglang
And they
may
came near
music.
unto him, and said, We will build sheepfolds here for our cattle,
Minsan
and
pa naman
cities for our little
nabablock
ones.
yung
But we
LS
ourselves will go ready armed before the
kasi
children of
nasaway ko
Israel,
naman sila.
until we have brought them unto their place. And our little ones shall dwell in the fenced cities, because of the
Nag-end na
inhabitants
si
of the land.
traditional
We
healer
will not
ng
return unto our houses,
mamayang gabi na
until
lang
the
tayo
children of Israel have
mag-Bible
inherited
trivia.
every
Maglaba
man
lang
his
ako.
inheritance. For we will not inherit with them on yonder side Jordan, or forward, because our inheritance is fallen to us on this side Jordan eastward. And Moses said unto them,
Tapos
If ye
na
will do
bro,
this
yung
thing,
isa.
if ye will go armed before the
Si
Lord
ano
to
naman,
war,
nandyan
and will go all of
si
you armed
Sister
over Jordan
Watch ako
before
kay
the Lord,
Sister.
until he hath driven out his enemies from before him, and the land be subdued before the Lord, then afterward ye shall return, and be guiltless before the Lord, and before Israel, and this land shall be your possession before the Lord. But if ye will not do so, behold, ye have sinned against the Lord, and be sure your sin will find you out. Build you cities for your little ones, and folds for your sheep, and do that which hath proceeded out of your mouth. And the children of Gad and the children of Reuben spake unto Moses, saying, Thy servants will do as my Lord commandeth. Our little ones, our wives, our flocks, and all our cattle shall be there in the cities of Gilead. But thy servants will pass over, every man armed for war, before the Lord to battle, as my Lord saith. So concerning them Moses commanded Eleazar the priest, and Joshua the son of Nun, and the chief fathers of the tribes of the children of Israel. And Moses said unto them, If the children of Gad and the children of Reuben will pass with you over Jordan, every man armed to battle before the Lord, and the land shall be subdued before you, then ye shall give them the land of Gilead for a possession. But if they will not pass over you armed, they shall have possessions among you in the land of Canaan. And the children of Gad and the children of Reuben answered, saying, As the Lord hath said unto thy servants, so will we do. We will pass over armed before the Lord into the land of Canaan, that the possession of our inheritance on this
Sa
side
labas
Jordan
yun may
may be
ganyan.
ours. And Moses gave unto them, even to the
Kasi
children of
malapit
Gad
sa
and to the children of Reuben,
kalsada
and
dito
unto
bro,
half the
child,
tribe of
yung
Manasseh, the
bahay.
son of Joseph, the kingdom of
May
Sihon, king
dumaan
of the Amorites,
nagpa-music
and the
sale.
kingdom of Og, king of Bashan, the land with the cities thereof in the coasts, even the cities of the country round about.
And
And the
Sister
children of
Ray of
Gad
Double
built
Vlog.
Dibon, and Ataroth,
Dahil
and Aroer,
nagtambay po kayo,
and Ataroth,
watch po ako sa
Shofan,
iyong mga
and Jazer,
videos.
and Jogbehah,
Yan, tapos
and
na
Beth
ako kay
Nimrah,
bro,
and
child.
Beth Haran, fenced cities,
Ito lang.
and folds for sheep.
Hindi makatype
And the children
kay
of
Sister
Reuben
Ray.
built Heshbon, and Elealeh, and Kirjathaim, and Nebo, and Baal
Ay, andyan
Meon,
si
their
Asyong
names being
Tira.
changed, and Shipma, and gave other names unto the cities which they builded. And the children of Machir, the son of Manasseh, went to Gilead, and took it, and dispossessed the Amorite which was in it. And Moses gave Gilead unto Machir, the son of Manasseh, and he dwelt therein. And Jair, the son of Manasseh,
Narang
went
siya
and took the small
Tira.
towns thereof, and called them Havoth Jair. And Noba went and took Kenath and the villages thereof, and called it Noba, after his own name.
Chapter 33.
Sis Ani nandyan
Israel's
na
journeys from Egypt to Canaan are reviewed. people are commanded to drive
Okay,
out the
tapos na
inhabitants
kay
of the
Bro
land.
Chad.
Any remaining inhabitants
Kay
were fenced
Sister
as
ako.
These are the journeys of the children of Israel, which went forth out of the land of Egypt with their armies under the hand of Moses and Aaron. And Moses wrote their goings out according to
Please
their
do
journeys
connect
by the commandment of the Lord. And these are their journeys according to their goings out. And they departed from Ramesses
What
in the
time
first
ka
month,
nag-ilis ngayon?
on the
Alauna.
15th day of the first month.
Naka 1
On the
hour
morrow,
na ako.
after the Passover, the children of Israel went out within high hand in the sight of all the Egyptians. For the Egyptians buried all their firstborn,
Nasa
which the
harang
Lord
pa
had
si
smitten
Asin
among them.
Tira.
Upon their gods also the
Ay,
Lord
nag-play ako
executed
kay
judgments.
Sister.
And the children of Israel removed from Ramesses,
Sa ano na yung
and pitched
binabasa
in
nun
Succoth.
sa Old
And they
Testament
departed from
Numbers
Succoth, and pitched in
chapter
Ethan, which
33.
is in the edge of the wilderness. And they
Binigba.
removed from Ethan, and turned again unto Pi-hahiroth,
Ganyan na lang
which is
mami
before
pag may ano,
Baal-zephon. And they
may-
pitched before Migdol.
may
And they departed
ano
from before
kasan,
Pi-hahiroth, and
another
passed through the midst
cellphone.
of the sea into the wilderness, and went
Kaysa
3 days'
music.
journey in the wilderness of Ethan, and pitched in Marah.
Music
And
kasi
they
na
removed from
CCPR.
Marah, and came unto Elam. And in Elam were 12 fountains
Ayan,
of water, and 3 score and 10
mag-yellow
palm
dollar
trees.
sign lang,
They pitched
tapos
there. And they removed from
pinapa-review
Elam,
ko,
and encamped by the
nagiging
Red
green
Sea.
dollar siya.
And they removed from the Red Sea,
Hindi naman
and
yan
encamped in the
CPR, yung
wilderness
sa
of Sin.
Bible.
And they took their journey out of the wilderness of Sin, and encamped in Dophka.
Oo,
And they
sige,
departed from
puntahan ko.
Dophka, and encamped in Elash. And they removed from Elash,
Ibaba
and
mo
encamped in
pala yung
Rephidim,
premiere
where
mo
was no
para
water for the
masugod.
people to drink. And they departed from Rephidim, and pitched in
Mami,
the
ikaw
wilderness of
magbaba
Sinai.
ng premiere
And they
mo.
removed from the desert of
Kasi yung
Sinai,
binababa ni
and pitched at
Nightbot,
Kibroth
nakapix
Hattaavah.
na yun sa
And they
video mo
departed
dun
from
sa
Kibroth
previous.
Hattaavah, and encamped in Hazerah. And they
Iba
departed
yung
from
ano,
Hazerah, and pitched
ibaba
in
mo yung
Rithmah.
premiere mo.
And they departed from Rithmah, and pitched at Rimmon Perez. And they departed from Rimmon Perez, and pitched in Libnah. And they removed from Libnah, and pitched at
Ibaba mo
Rissa.
mami para
And they journeyed
matansa ka
from
namin.
Rissa, and pitched in Kehelatha. And they went from Kehelatha, and pitched in Mount Shapher. And they removed from Mount Shapher, and encamped in Harada. And
Tapos
they
na ako
removed
kay
from
Bro
Harada,
Chad.
and pitched in Machiloth. And they removed from Machiloth, and encamped at Tahath. And they departed from Tahath, and pitched at Terah. And they removed from Terah, and pitched in Mithkah. And they went from Mithkah, and pitched in Hashmonah. And they
Uy,
departed
as yung
from
tira,
Hashmonah,
lablaban
and
kita
encamped
ng
at
isa.
Mosirath. And they departed from Mosiroth, and pitched in Benijayakan. And they removed from Benijayakan, and encamped
Mami,
at
pakibaba
Hor-Haggidgad.
yung
And they
premiere
went
nyo
from
po.
Hor-Haggidgad,
Premiere
and
nyo,
pitched in
pakibaba.
Jotbathah. And they removed from Jotbathah, and encamped at Ebrana. And they departed from Ebrana, and encamped at Ezion-Geber. And they removed from Ezion-Geber, and pitched in the wilderness of Zin, which is
Mamaya iiwan
Kadesh.
ko na
And they
ka-live din.
removed from Kadesh, and pitched in Mount
Maglaba
Hor,
ako.
in the edge of the land of Edom. And Aaron the priest went up into Mount Hor at the commandment of the Lord, and died there, in the 40th year after the children of Israel were come out of the land of Egypt, in the first day
I-copy-link
of the
mo
5th
muna.
month. And Aaron was 123 years old, and he died
Copy-link.
in Mount Hor. And King Arad, the
Tapos i-drop
Canaanite,
mo.
which dwelt in the south in the land of Canaan, heard of the coming of the children of Israel.
Wala pa namang
And
alas
they
3.
departed from
I-drop
Mount
mo
Hor,
para
and
matansa
pitched in
ka ni
Zalmonah.
As yung
And they
tira.
departed from
Patansa ka
Zalmonah,
natin
and
kay
pitched
As
in
yung
Punon.
tira nandyan.
And they departed from Punon, and pitched
Tapos
in
na
Oboth.
mag-live
And they
si
departed from Oboth, and
Tradish
pitched
o
in
nakailang
Ijah-Amorim,
oras
in the
din
border
siya.
of Moab. And they departed from Ain,
Maaga
and pitched in Dibon-Gad.
LS.
And they removed from Dibon-Gad, and encamped in Almon
Tom
Diblathaim.
Guide,
And they
hello
removed from
Tom
Almon
Guide, how
Diblathaim,
are you
and
Tom
pitched in the mountains
Guide?
of Abarim, before Nebo.
Please stay with
And they departed from
us.
the mountains of Abarim,
Please
and pitched in
connect
the plains
to
of Moab by
ang
Jordan near
madiscarding
Jericho.
mommy is
And they
here.
pitched by Jordan
And
from
As yung
Beth-Jesemoth,
tira,
even
please
unto
help
Abel-Shittim,
them.
in the plains of Moab. And the Lord spake
Help
unto Moses in the
them
plains
to
of
get
Moab by
more
Jordan near Jericho,
bananas.
saying, Speak unto the children of Israel,
Tom
and say
Guide,
unto
you
them,
are
When
lucky
ye are passed over
because
Jordan
we
into the
have
land of Canaan,
more
then ye shall drive
bananas.
out all the inhabitants of the land from before you, and destroy
Sipag
all their
kasi
pictures,
ni
and
Tom
destroy all
Guide.
their molten images, and quite pluck down all their high places, and ye shall dispossess the inhabitants of the land, and dwell therein. For I have given you the land to possess it. And
Tamsak
ye shall
ako.
divide the land by lot for an inheritance among your families. And to the more ye shall give the more inheritance, and to the fewer ye shall give the less inheritance. Every man's inheritance shall be in the place where his lot falleth. According to
Patamsak
the
ka kay
tribes of your
Tom Guide.
fathers
Tom
ye shall
Guide,
inherit.
Roko,
But if ye will not
please
drive out the
do
inhabitants of the
thumbs
land
up
from before you, then it shall come to
for
pass that those which
ang
ye let remain
madiscarding
of them shall
mommy's
be pricks in your
upcoming
eyes, and
premiere at
thorns in your
3
sides,
p.m.
and shall vex you in the land wherein ye dwell.
Oh,
Moreover, it shall
nagtamsak
come to
na
pass
ako.
that I shall do unto you
Dito
as I
pa
thought
kay
to do unto
Sister
them.
nag-watch. Andyan po si Sister
Chapter 34. Moses specifies the borders of Israel's inheritance in Canaan, and names the princes of the tribes who will divide the land.
And the Lord spake unto Moses, saying, Command the children of Israel, and say
Tamsakan
unto
ko na
them,
mami.
When ye come into the land of Canaan, this is the land that
Ito
shall
pa ko
fall
kay
unto you for an inheritance,
tsaka kay
even the
maya
land of
tamsakan
Canaan with
pa
the
natin.
coasts thereof. Then your south quarter shall be from the wilderness of Zin, along by the coast of Edom, and your south border shall be the outmost coast of the salt sea eastward. And your border shall turn from the south to the ascent of Akrabban, and pass on to Zin. And the going forth thereof shall be from the south to Kadesh Barnea, and shall go on to Hazer Adar, and pass on to Asmon. And the border shall fetch a compass from Asmon unto the river of Egypt, and the goings out of it shall be at the sea. And as for the western border, ye shall even have the great sea for a border. This shall be your west border, and this shall be your north border. From the great sea ye shall point out for you Mount Hor. From Mount Hor ye shall point out your border unto the entrance of Hamath. And the goings forth of the border shall be to Zedad, and the border
Ayan
shall
na
go on
mami
to
na
Zephron,
tamsakan.
and the goings out of it shall be to Hazer Enon.
Ito
This shall
naman
be your
tayo
north
kay
border. And ye shall point out your east border from Hazer
Andyan
Enon
si
to
Maring.
Shephan. And the coast
Maring,
shall go down from
Maring Len,
Shephan
yung
to Riblah
traditional
on the east
Lilian
side of
binabangon.
Ain. And the border shall descend, and
Okay,
shall reach
mami.
unto the side of the
Good.
sea of Kinnereth eastward. And the border
Dapat
shall go down
mag-LS
to
ka
Jordan,
maya.
and the goings out of it shall be at the salt sea. This shall be your land with the coasts
Next
thereof round
kay
about. And
mami.
Moses commanded the
Ay,
children of Israel,
natamsakan na
saying,
kay mami.
This is the land which ye shall inherit
Sanay
by
kay
lot,
Kroko.
which the Lord commanded to give unto the 9 tribes, and to the half-tribe,
Tom Guide
or the tribe of the
Kroko.
children of Reuben, according to the house of their
Laki
fathers,
ng bahay ni
and the
Tom
tribe of the
Guide.
children of Gad, according to the house of their fathers, have received their
Lingi lang ako
inheritance,
naman.
and half
Ayan
the
na
tribe
dyan
of
ako
Manasseh have
asin.
received their inheritance. The 2 tribes and the half-tribe have received their inheritance on this side Jordan near Jericho eastward, toward the sunrising. And the Lord spake unto Moses, saying, These are the names of the men which shall divide the land unto you, Eleazar the priest, and Joshua the son of Nun. And ye shall take 1 prince of every tribe to divide the land by
Tapos kay
inheritance. And the
mami.
names of the men are these: of the tribe of Judah, Caleb the son of Jephunneh; and of the tribe
Sige
of the
sis,
children
ani
of
sa Dora
Simeon,
Vlog. Mamaya
Shemuel the
play
son of
kita.
Ammihud; of the tribe of Benjamin, Elidad the son of Kislon; and the prince of the tribe of the children of Dan, Buckai the son of Joglai; the prince of the children of Joseph, for the
Wala
tribe of
man
the children of
si
Manasseh, Haniel the son of Ephod; and the prince of the tribe of the children of
Mami,
Ephraim,
lablaban kitang
Kemuel
isang
the son of
banana.
Shiftan; and the prince of the tribe of the children of Zebulun,
Ayan na, dikit ko
Elizaphan
to
the son of
isa.
Pharnac; and the prince of the
Okay na
tribe of the
kay
children of Issachar, Paltiel
Tom
the son of
Guide
Azan;
Kroko.
and the prince of the tribe of the children of Asher,
Ayan, tapos
Ahihud
na
the
kay
son of
Sister.
Shalomai; and the prince of the tribe of the children of Naphtali, Pedahel the son of Ammihud. These are they whom the Lord commanded to divide the inheritance unto the children of Israel in the land of Canaan.
Chapter 35. The Levites are to possess their own cities. Cities of refuge are established for those guilty of manslaughter. Murderers are to be executed by the revenger of blood.
And the Lord spake unto Moses in the plains of Moab
Okay,
by
nakaplay
Jordan
na po
near
kay
Jericho,
Sister
saying, Command the children of Israel that they
Next,
give unto
kay
the
Mami
Levites of the
Tamsak.
inheritance of their possession
Pangalawang
cities to dwell in.
tamsak.
And ye shall give also unto the Levites suburbs for the cities round about them. And the cities shall they have to dwell in, and the suburbs of them shall be for their cattle, and for their goods, and for all their beasts. And the suburbs of the cities, which ye shall give unto the Levites, shall reach from the wall of the city and
Pangalawang
outward 1,000 cubits round about.
Pangatlong
And ye shall
tamsak.
measure from without the city on the east side 2,000 cubits,
Yan,
and on the
patamsak
south
kay
side
Maring
2,000 cubits, and on the west side 2,000 cubits, and on the north side
Binaba mo ba
2,000
kanina dun
cubits.
kay
And the city shall be in the
Traditional
midst.
Healer TV
This
yung
shall be to
premiere
them
mo?
the suburbs of the cities.
Yan, mamaya
And
sugurin
among the
natin.
cities which ye shall give
Sige,
unto
bago
the
ako
Levites,
maglaba.
there shall be 6 cities for refuge,
Dami
which ye shall
labahin.
appoint for the manslayer, that he may flee thither. And to them ye shall add 42 cities. So all the cities which ye shall give to the Levites shall be 48
Tapos mami,
cities.
pwede mo
Them shall
siyang,
ye give with their
pwede mong
suburbs.
i-check yung
And the cities
premiere,
which ye shall
then
give shall be of the
pwede mong
possession
lagyan
of
ng
the children
jacket
of
yung
Israel.
mga
From
nagtamsak
them that
doon.
have many,
Pero
ye
mga
shall give
alagad
many.
ko yun.
But from them that have few, ye shall give few.
Lagyan mo lang ng
Every one
jacket
shall
mga
give of his
alagad ko
cities unto
kasi
the Levites,
pag yan ang
according to his
sinugod ko
inheritance
pang
which he
gala,
inherited. And the Lord
nakakababa
spake
ako
unto
ng
Moses, saying,
mga
Speak unto the children of
bahay
Israel,
ko.
and say unto them, When ye be come over Jordan into the
Jack
land of
Cam at
Canaan,
saka
then ye shall
introvert
appoint you
man sa akin
cities to
yan,
be
mami.
cities
Check
of
mo dun
refuge for
mo.
you, that the slayer may flee thither,
Maring
which
Len,
killeth any person
pakitamsak ko
at
sa
unawares.
premiere
And
ni
they shall be
ang
unto you
madiscarding
cities for
mami, hindi
refuge
pala
from the
niya
avenger,
binaba sa iyo
that the
yung
manslayer die not,
nandyan sa'yo
until he stand
kanina
before the
tumambay.
congregation in judgment. And of these cities which ye shall give, 6 cities shall ye have for
Mami, wag
refuge.
mo nang
Ye
dikitan
shall
si
give 3
Maring
cities
Len.
on this side
Ano
Jordan,
yan?
and 3 cities shall ye
Alagad
give in the
ni
land of Canaan,
Traditional
which
Healer
shall be
TV.
cities of refuge. These 6 cities shall be a refuge, both for the children of Israel, and for the stranger, and
Tatlong
for the
tamsak
sojourner
mami.
among them, that every one that killeth any person unawares may flee thither. And if he smite him with an instrument of iron, so that he die, he is a murderer. The murderer shall surely be put to death. And if he smite him with throwing a stone, wherewith he may die, and he die, he is a murderer. The murderer shall surely
Mami,
be put
yung
to death.
Maring Len,
Or if he
alagad
smite him
yan
with
ni
an hand
Traditional
weapon of
Healer
wood,
TV,
wherewith he
kaya
may die,
wag niyo
and he
po
die,
munang
he is a
dikitan
murderer.
yan kasi
The murderer shall surely
mahirap
be put to
ma-over ka
death.
ng
The revenger of blood
dikit.
himself shall slay the murderer. When he meeteth him, he shall slay him. But
Mamaya
if he thrust him of
magka-problema ka
hatred,
sa
or
moon.
hurl at him by laying of weight, that he die, or in enmity smite him with his
Huwag mo
hand,
siya
that he
dikitan
die,
muna.
he that
May,
smote him
may
shall
mga tao
surely
na
be
yan
put to
din
death, for he
nadikitan
is a
ko na yan
murderer.
sa ano.
The revenger
Main
of
to
blood
main
shall
ka lang
slay the
mami,
murderer
main to
when he
main.
meeteth him.
Mga
But
main
if he
lang
thrust him
yung
suddenly
dikitan mo
without
kasi
enmity,
wala
or
ka
have
pang
cast upon
alagad.
him anything without laying of weight, or with any stone,
Pag
wherewith
main
a
ang
man may
gamit,
die,
bawal po
seeing him
magdikit
not,
sa
and cast it
mga
upon him
ninja
that he
kasi
died, and was not
bawal
his
ma-over
enemy,
ng
neither sought his harm.
dikit.
Then the congregation shall judge between the slayer and the revenger of blood according to these judgments. And the congregation shall deliver the slayer out of the hand of the revenger of blood, and the congregation shall
Ayan na
restore him to the city
mami.
of his refuge, whither he was fled. And
Nagtamsak
he
na
shall
si
abide
Maring
in it
Len.
unto the death of
Ano,
the high priest, which was
puntahan mo na
anointed
yung
with the holy
premiere
oil.
mo
But if the slayer
sa
shall at any
live
time
chat,
come
tapos
without the
lagyan mo
border
na
of the
kami
city of his
ng
refuge, whither he was
moderator
fled,
jacket.
and the revenger of blood
Pwede mo
find
kami
him without
lagyan
the
ng
borders
jacket.
of the city of his refuge, and the revenger of blood kill the slayer, he shall not be guilty of blood, because he should have remained in the city of his refuge until the death of the high priest. But after the death of the high priest, the slayer shall return into the land of his possession. So these things shall be for a statute of judgment unto you
Tatlo
throughout
na
your
sa akin.
generations in all your dwellings. Whoso
Jack
killeth
Cam.
any person, the murderer shall be put to death by the mouth of witnesses. But one witness shall not testify against any person to cause him
Oo,
to die.
kasi saka mo na yan,
Moreover, ye shall
saka
take
mo
no
na yan dikitan
satisfaction
kung
for
gusto
the
niya
life of a murderer,
ipa-second
which is
account
guilty
niya.
of death. but he shall be surely put to death. And ye shall take no
Ayan mo lang si
satisfaction for
Maring
him that is
Len
fled to the city of
magsuporta
his
sa'yo
refuge,
kasi
that he should
hindi
come
niya
again
yan
to dwell in
main.
the land until the death of the priest. So ye
Yung
shall
mga
not pollute the
alagad
land
ko,
wherein ye are, for blood it defileth the land.
pwede,
And the
pwede
land
mong
cannot be
lagyan
cleansed of the
ng
blood that is
jacket,
shed therein, but
pero
by the
wag mo
blood of
nang
him that sheddeth.
dikitan.
Defile not therefore the
Ayan,
land which
akin
ye
yung
shall
Jack Tam
inhabit,
tsaka
wherein I
introvert
dwell.
man.
For I, the Lord, dwell among the children of Israel.
Chapter 36.
Tapos,
Some daughters in Israel are
ganito.
directed to marry within their own tribe.
Ayan kay Maring Len.
Inheritances
Ka
are
lang
not to
mag-play
move
ako
from
kay
tribe
Asyong
to
Tira
tribe.
pala.
And the chief fathers of
Yan
the
si
families of the
Asyong
children of
Tira.
Gilead, the son of Machir, the son of Manasseh, of the families of the sons of Joseph, came near and spake before
Kay Asyong
Moses
Tira
and before
pa
the
ako.
princes, the chief fathers of the children of Israel. And they said, The Lord commanded my Lord to give the land for an inheritance by lot
Okay,
to the
tapos
children
na
of
tamsa
Israel.
kay
And
Mami.
my Lord was commanded by the Lord to give the inheritance of Zelophehad,
Kay
our
Asyong
brother,
Tira
unto
tayo.
his daughters. And if they be married to any of the sons of
Ay,
the other
tapos
tribes of the
si
children of Israel, then shall their
Sister
inheritance be
Krishna.
taken
Tapos
from the
na si
inheritance of our fathers,
Sister
and shall be
Krishna,
put to
hindi
the
pa
inheritance
tapos.
of the tribe whereunto they are
Di na
received.
ako
So shall it
nakapag-pin.
be taken from the lot of our inheritance.
Walang
And when the
napin.
jubilee of the children of Israel shall be, then shall their inheritance be put unto the inheritance of
Walang
the
yan,
tribe
nantok na ako.
whereunto they are received. So shall their inheritance be taken away from the inheritance of the tribe of our fathers. And Moses commanded the children of Israel, according to the word of the Lord,
Lima yan
saying,
alagad
The
niya.
tribe of the sons of Joseph hath said well. This
Lima
is the
alagad
thing
ni
which the Lord doth
Tradis,
command
Hilay
concerning
TV,
the
si
daughters of
Maring
Zelophehad,
Len.
saying,
Ay, ako
Let them
gumawa
marry
no
to
si
whom they
Sharon
think
Baron.
best. Only to the family of the
Limot
tribe of
ko
their
na yung iba
father
eh.
shall they marry.
Si
So shall not the
Kuratcha.
inheritance of the children of Israel
Di
remove
pa
from
niya
tribe to
ginagamit
tribe.
eh.
For every one of the children of Israel shall keep himself
Maring
to the inheritance
Len,
of the tribe of his fathers.
itamsak mo
And
naman
every
sa akin
daughter
yung
that
lima mong
possesseth an
alagad
inheritance in any tribe of the
dyan.
children of
Bikini
Israel shall be
me.
wife unto one of the family
Para
of the
sa
tribe of her father,
rating.
that the children of Israel
Pag
may enjoy
maraming
every man
tamsak,
the inheritance
good
of his fathers.
rating ni Lolo.
Neither shall the inheritance remove from one tribe to another tribe,
Bikini
but every
men.
one of the tribes of the children of Israel shall keep himself to his own inheritance. Even as the Lord commanded Moses, so did the daughters of Zelophehad.
Bikini
For
men.
Mahlah,
Lagyan mo ng
Tirzah, and
video.
Hoglah, and Milcah, and Noah, the daughters of Zelophehad, were married unto their father's brothers' sons.
Pwede
And they
yan.
were married into
Pwede
the
yan
families
pang
of
ano.
the sons of Manasseh, the son of Joseph. And their
Bawat
inheritance
bisita
remained in
mo,
the tribe of the family of
everyday
their father.
mag-ano ka lang.
These are the
Switch
commandments and the
ka ng
judgments
isang
which the
alagad
Lord commanded by the hand
para
of Moses
madagdagan
unto
sila
the
ng
children of Israel in the plains of Moab by Jordan near Jericho. The fifth book of Moses, called Deuteronomy.
Chapter 1. Moses begins the recitation of
Ayan,
all that befell
nababa
Israel
na
during
din si
40
Hong
years
Kong
in the wilderness.
Diaries.
The children of Israel
Sino
are
pa
commanded
si...
to go into and possess Canaan. Judges and rulers are chosen to assist Moses. Israel's spies bring an evil report. The adults of Israel will perish. The Amorites defeat the armies of Israel.
These be the words which Moses spake unto all Israel on this side Jordan in the wilderness, in the plain over against the Red Sea, between Paran and
Hindi
Tophel,
no.
and Laban, and Hazeron, and
Hindi
Dizahab.
no, naglalabas
There
talaga
are 11
ng
days' journey from
flame
Horeb by the
araw-araw
way of
dahil
Mount Seir unto
kakainom ko
Kadesh
na
Barnea.
ito, uminom na
And
ako
it
na
came
ito.
to pass in the 40th year, in the
Naglalabas
11th
siya.
month, on the first day of the
Naglabas
month,
na naman siya
that
ng
Moses spake
yung
unto the children of
kulay
Israel,
green ba yun?
according unto
Kulay
all that the
green.
Lord had given
Yung mga
him in
toxin
commandment unto
nilalabas
them.
niya
After he
araw-araw
had slain Sihon,
para hindi
the king
ako
of the Amorites,
sakitin.
which
Hindi
dwelt
ako
in
magkaroon
Heshbon,
ng mga
and Og, the king of
cancerous
Bashan, which dwelt at Ashtaroth in Edrei.
o spirulina
On this
mo
side Jordan,
tradish.
in the land of Moab, began
Hindi yan
Moses
ice
to declare
cream.
this law, saying, The Lord our God spake unto us in Horeb, saying, Ye have dwelt long enough in this mountain.
Hindi mami,
Turn you
puntahan
and
mo
take your
lang
journey,
yung
and go to the mount of the
upcoming
Amorites,
premiere
and
mo.
unto all the places nigh thereunto, in in the plain,
bago mag alas
in
3,
the vale,
mga
and in the south, and by the seaside, to the land of
2:58,
the Canaanites,
ready,
and unto
ready ka
Lebanon,
na sa
unto the great
premiere
river,
mo.
the river Euphrates.
Tapos yung mga
Behold, I have
nagtamsak
set
na
the
kami
land before
doon,
you. Go in
pindutin
and
mo
possess the
yun.
land which the Lord sware
Premiere
unto your
yun, mami,
fathers,
nakasit na
Abraham,
po yun sa
Isaac, and
videos
Jacob,
mo
to
nandun.
give unto them and to their
Tapos,
seed after them.
nakalagay yun
And
sa
I spake unto
playlist
you at
ng
that time,
premiere
saying,
mo.
I am not able to bear you myself
Then,
alone. The
pagpasok
Lord
mo
your
po dun
God
sa
hath
live,
multiplied you,
live chat,
and behold, ye are this day as the stars of
pindutin
heaven
mo
for
apat,
multitude.
tatlo yung
The
akin,
Lord
kasi
God of your
Marilyn,
fathers
apat
make
yun,
you a
walang
1,000
jacket.
times so many
So,
more as ye
lalagyan mo
are,
ngayon ng
and bless you,
jacket.
as he hath
Pindutin mo
promised
lang,
you.
tapos
How can
add
I myself
moderator.
alone bear your cumbrance,
Magkakaroon
and
na
your
kami
burden,
ng
and
jacket.
your strife?
Mamaya manood kami
Take
dun.
you wise men, and
Ni
understanding,
Marilyn,
and known
susugod
among your
kami.
tribes,
Chika-chika
and I
na
will make them
doon.
rulers over you.
Tapos andun ka lang
And ye answered me and said,
nag-aabang sa.
The thing
Pwede
which
ka
thou
rin
hast spoken is
mag-chat.
good for us to do. So I took the chief of your tribes, wise men and known,
Sisi,
and made them
masarap
heads
ang
over
ice
you,
cream.
captains
Iniinom
over
ko lang ang
thousands, and
spirulina
captains over
pag
hundreds, and captains
nagugutom
over
o
fifties,
kaya
and
wala pang
captains over
kinakain.
tens, and
Inumin mo
officers
po
among your
siya
tribes. And
araw-araw.
I charged your
Wala
judges at
pang
that time,
wala
saying,
pang
Hear the
laman
causes
tiyan mo,
between your
tas
brethren,
maligam-gam
and judge
tubig ang
righteously
pang-inom.
between every man and his
Eh
brother,
ako
and the
naglalabas
stranger
na
that is
lagi
with
ng
you. Ye shall not
plema.
respect
Kanina
persons in
naglabas
judgment,
na ako eh.
but ye shall hear
Tuwing
the
umaga
small
yan
as
pag
well as the great.
maraming
Ye
mga
shall not be
toxin
afraid
sa
of the face of man,
katawan ko.
for the judgment
Nilalabas
is
niya. Pag
God's.
wala,
And
hindi
the
na,
cause
wala
that is
namang
too hard for you,
lumalabas.
bring it unto me, and I will hear it. And I commanded you at that time all the things which ye should do.
Puntahan mo lang
And
yung
when we
premiere mo,
departed from
mami.
Horeb, we went through all that
Bago
great and
mag
terrible wilderness,
alas
which ye saw
3.
by the way of the mountain of the Amorites,
2 minutes
as the
bago
Lord our
mag-ano,
God
doon ka na.
commanded us.
Tapos,
And we came to
lagyan mo
Kaherba.
kami jacket ha.
And
Nandun
I
na
said unto you,
apat na yun.
Ye are come unto the mountain of the Amorites, which the Lord our God doth give unto us.
Kaya play ako
Behold, the
kay
Lord thy
Asyong
God
Tira,
hath set the
tapos
land
na.
before thee. Go
Marilyn,
up and possess
traditional
it,
healer ang
as the
ibaba
Lord
mo
God
ha.
of thy fathers hath said unto thee.
Yung
Fear
mga
not,
dating video.
neither be discouraged. And ye came near unto me, every one of you, and said, We will send
Ice cream,
men
sarap
before
ng
us,
ice cream
and
ni
they shall
Mami.
search us out the land, and bring us word again by what way we must go
Pa-ice
up,
cream tayo
and
pag
into
pumunta
what
tayo doon.
cities we
Dali,
shall come.
sabihin mo na
And the saying
kailan.
pleased me well.
Sa
And I
Martes.
took 12 men of
Sa
you,
Martes
one
gusto
of a
mo.
tribe. And they turned and went
Pagawa
up into
tayong
the
ice cream
mountain,
kay Mami.
and came unto the
Madali
valley of
yan
Eshcol,
gumawa si
and
Mami
searched
na
it
ice
out.
cream.
And they took of the
Mangga
fruit
ulit,
of the
Mami. Ang
land in
sarap
their
ang
hands,
bango.
and brought it down unto us, and brought us word again, and said, It is a good land, which the Lord our God
Doon
doth
ka
give
na
us.
doon na tayo mag live stream
Notwithstanding, ye would not go up,
tatlo
but
eh, no?
rebelled against the commandment of the Lord your God. And ye murmured in your tents, and said, Because the Lord hated us, he hath brought us forth out of the land of Egypt, to deliver us into the hand of the Amorites, to destroy us.
Hey Maringlen, ang
Whither shall we
ibaba,
go up?
ang ibaba
Our
mo, wag
brethren
na
have
yung
discouraged our
alagad mo.
heart, saying,
Sayang
The
yung
people
watch
is greater
hour.
and taller than we.
Maringlen, ang
The cities
ibaba
are
mo po,
great and walled
yung
up to
video
heaven.
ni
And
Traditional
moreover, we
Healer
have seen
TV
the sons of
kapag
the Anakims there.
gumala
And I
ka na
said
sa
unto you,
mga LS
Dread
ng
not,
iba
neither be
dahil
afraid of them.
kalalive mo,
The Lord your
kalalive
God,
mo lang
which
ng
goeth before you,
Traditional Healer
he
TV.
shall fight for you,
Kukuha ka
according
lang
to
doon
all that
ng
he did
mga
for you in Egypt
short
before
video
your
mo.
eyes. And in the
Copy link mo
wilderness,
lang.
where thou hast seen how that the
Si
Lord thy
Maringlen
God
ang
bare
igala
thee,
mo.
as a man
Siyang
doth bear his
magbababa
son,
ng bahay
in all
niyo.
the way that ye went, until ye came into this place. Yet in this thing ye did not believe the Lord your God, who went in the way before you, to search you out a place to pitch your tents in fire by night, to show you by what way ye should go, and in a cloud by day. And the Lord heard the voice of your words, and was wroth, and sware, saying,
Yung singilin ko,
Surely there shall not
2,000.
one of these men of this
Wish,
evil generation
magkapera.
see that good land, which I swear
Sayang
to give unto your
2,000,
fathers.
pangpunan ko,
Save Caleb, the
giahak.
son of Jephunneh, he shall see it, and to him will I give the land that he hath trodden
Ay,
upon, and to his children,
Bainit official
because he
mega
hath
love
wholly
shout out
followed the
host.
Lord. Also the Lord was angry
Di
with
ba
me for your
katatapos
sins,
ko lang
saying,
mag-live, baka
Thou also
mapalo ni
shalt not
Lolo.
go in thither.
Hindi
But
yun.
Joshua the son of
ang
Nun,
ibababa
which
mo
standeth
lang
before thee,
yung luma
he shall
mong
go in
video.
thither. Encourage him, for he shall cause
Wag
Israel
yung
to inherit it.
traditional hilir igala mo.
Moreover, your little ones, which he said should be a prey,
Ganyan
and your
gawa
children,
ko
which in
pag
that day had
nag-live
no
ako.
knowledge between good and evil, they shall go
Tapos
in
ko
thither.
mag-live pag
Unto them
gumala
will I
ako
give
sa
it,
iba.
and they shall possess
Magbababa
it.
ako ng
But as for
premiere
you,
ko, ganyan.
turn you, and take your
Kung may
journey into the
premiere,
wilderness by the way
kung
of the
wala
Red
yung
Sea.
mga
And he
dati-dating
answered and said
video,
unto me, We have sinned against the Lord. We
papadamihan
will
ng
go up and
views.
fight, according to all that the Lord our God commanded us.
Naningil na ako sa
And when ye had girded on every
chat
man his
sa
weapons
Martis
of war,
daw.
ye were ready to go up into the hill.
Kako,
And the Lord
naiabono
said
ko
unto
ulit
me,
sa PC
Say
nung
unto them,
21
Go not up,
yung pera ko
neither
pang
fight,
biling
for I
herbal
am not
coffee,
among
kaya
you,
di pa ako
lest ye
nakabili.
be smitten before your
Nasan
enemies.
ko yung 2,000
So I spake
nito,
unto
oh.
you, and ye would not hear, but rebelled against the commandment of the Lord, and went presumptuously up into the hill. And the
Yung
Amorites
iwawatch ko
which
na
dwelt
lang
in that mountain came out against you, and
Marilyn.
chased you as
Andyan si
beasts,
Bainet,
and destroyed you in Seir, even unto
Bainet
Hormah.
official.
And ye returned and
Yan,
wept before the
may
Lord.
bago
But
kayong
the Lord would not
makalablaban.
hearken to your voice, nor
Ay,
give
sino
ear
yung
unto you. So ye abode in Kadesh many days, according unto the days that ye abode there.
Bainet?
The children of
Bainet
Israel pressed
official,
forward to their
swabing
promised land.
tamsak na.
They passed through the
Mega,
lands of
mega
Esau,
love shout
Ham,
out
and
host.
peace, but destroy the Amorites.
Naningil na
And
ako
we
sa
turned and took our journey into
messenger.
the wilderness by the way of the Red Sea, as the Lord spake unto me.
Dyan si Tom
And we
Guide.
compassed Mount
Okay.
Seir many days. And the Lord spake unto me, saying,
Dapat
Ye have compassed this
traditional
mountain
healer
long
ang
enough. Turn
sayang
you
watch
northward,
hour.
and command thou the people, saying, Ye are to pass through the coast of your brethren,
Huwag
the
ka na
children of
mag
Esau, which
huwag mo
dwell
na
in
ibaba
Seir,
si
and they
Marilyn.
shall be afraid of you.
Nes
Take ye good heed
Makaraig,
unto
nandyan si
yourselves,
Nes
therefore.
Makaraig.
Meddle not with them, for I will not give you of their land, no, not so much as a footbreadth, because I have
Ayan na,
given Mount
Nes
Seir unto Esau
Makaraig.
for
Teka
a
lang po
possession.
sis Nes
Ye shall buy
Makaraig
meat of them for
vlog.
money, that ye may eat,
Bibigyan po
and
kitang
ye shall also
jacket.
buy water of them for money, that ye may drink. For the Lord thy God hath blessed
Nes
thee in all
Makaraig
the
vlog,
works of
hello
thy
po.
hand. Ye
Kumusta?
know if I walking through this great wilderness,
Laro
these
na
40
tayo,
years
laro.
the Lord thy God hath been with thee,
Lalaba po
thou
sana
hast
ako.
lacked nothing. And when we passed by from our brethren, the children of Esau,
Mamayang
which
gabi
dwelt
na
in
lang
Seir,
tayo
through the way
maglaro.
of the plain from Elath, and from Ezion Gaber, we
Nes
turned and
Makaraig
passed by the way
vlog.
of the
Nandyan si
wilderness of
Nes
Moab.
Makaraig vlog.
And the Lord said unto me, Distress not the Moabites, neither contend with them in battle. For I will not give thee of their land for a possession, because I have given Ar unto the children of Lot for a possession. The Emims dwelt therein in times past,
Mahaba-haba
a
yun,
people
mami.
great and many, and tall as the Anakims, which also were accounted giants, as the Anakims. But the Moabites
Ayan,
called them
naibaba na
Emims.
rin si
The
Madiscarding
Horims also
nanay.
dwelt in Seir before time, but the children of Esau succeeded them, when they had
Tom
destroyed them
Guide
from
Pro
before
ko,
them, and
done
dwelt in their
watching
stead,
to you.
as Israel did
Nasana
unto the
si
land
ano,
of his possession,
Bainit
which the Lord
official.
gave unto
Naku,
them.
nangawala man ng
Now
tao.
rise up,
Tao po,
said
tao
I,
po.
and get you over the brook Zered. And we went over the brook Zered. And the space in which we came from Kadesh Barnea until we were come over the brook Zered was 38 years, until all the generation of the men of war were wasted out from among the host, as the Lord sware
Ayun,
unto them.
nababa na rin
For
lahat.
indeed the hand of the Lord was against them, to destroy them from among the host, until they were consumed. So it came to pass, when all the men of war were consumed and dead from
Tay
among
ko
the
lang
people, that the Lord
mag-pray
spake unto me,
alas
saying,
3.
Thou art to pass over through Ar, the coast of Moab, this day. And when thou comest nigh over against the children of Ammon, distress them not,
Sabi
nor
ko
meddle
yung
with them.
video mo
For I
lang.
will not give thee of the land of the
Traditional
children of
Healer
Ammon
TV.
any possession, because I have given it unto the children of Lot for a possession. That also was accounted a land of giants. Giants dwelt therein in old time, and the
511.
Ammonites called them Zamzummims. a people
Hindi.
great and many and
Traditional
tall
healer
as the
TV.
Anakims. But the Lord destroyed them
Ang,
before them, and they
di ba,
succeeded
di
them
ba guys
and
sa
dwelt
akin
in their
madami
stead.
akong alagad kahit
As he
sinong
did to the
alagad
children
ko
of Esau, which
kapag
dwelt in Seir, when he
kapag may
destroyed the
jacket
Horims
na
from before them, and
binababa
they
ko yung
succeeded them
main ko,
and dwelt
yung
in their stead,
herbalistang
even unto this day.
Pinay.21.
And the
Kukuha
Avids
ko
which
din ng
dwelt in
premier ko,
Hazerim,
dito
even unto
yung
Azan,
upcoming
the
LS,
Caphtorims which came
o
forth out of
mga
Caphtor,
dating
destroyed
video.
them and dwelt in their stead. Rise
Ganun
ye
din
up,
gagawin
take
mo,
your
si
journey, and
Marilyn
pass
lang
over the
ang
river Arnon.
ipanggala mo.
Behold, I have given into thine hand Sihon the Amorite, king of Heshbon, and his land. Begin to possess it, and contend with him in battle. This day will I begin to put the dread of thee and the
Ay,
fear of thee upon the nations
dikit na
that
sa
are under
ito.
the whole heaven, who shall hear report of thee, and shall tremble, and be in anguish because of thee. And I sent messengers
Nasaan na
out
ba
of
si
the wilderness of
Bainet
Kedemoth
official?
unto
Nangawala man
Sihon,
sila.
king of Heshbon, with words of peace, saying, Let me pass through thy land. I will go along by the highway. I will neither turn unto the right hand, nor to the left. Thou shalt sell me meat for money, that I may eat, and give me water for money, that I may drink. Only I will pass through
5:11
on
pa
my feet,
nun.
as the children of Esau which dwell in Seir, and the Moabites which dwell in Ar, did unto me, until I shall pass over Jordan into
Mag-check
the
ako
land which
ng
the
ibang
Lord our
alagad
God
ko.
giveth us. But Sihon king of Heshbon would not let us pass by him, for the Lord thy God hardened his spirit, and made his heart obstinate, that he might deliver him into thy hand, as appeareth this day. And the Lord said unto
Malakit
me,
ang
Behold,
katawan.
I have begun to give Sihon and his land before
Naantok
thee.
ako.
Begin to possess, that thou mayest inherit his land. Then Sihon came out against us, he and all his people, to fight at Jahaz. And the Lord our God delivered him before us, and we smote him, and his sons, and all his people. And we took all his cities at that time, and utterly destroyed the men, and the women, and the little ones. Of every city we left none to remain. Only the cattle we
Bigyan
took
kita
for a
isang
prey unto
banana.
ourselves, and the spoil of the
Traditional
cities which
healer
we took
TV.
from
Ito, may
Aroer,
5
which
to.
is by the brink of the river Arnon, and from the city that is by the river, even unto
Okay.
Gilead, there was not one
Dan na
city too
sa'yo.
strong for us. The Lord our
Nawala.
God
Mas
delivered all
malakas
unto
na.
us. Only unto the land of the
Ganun
children of
ba?
Ammon thou camest not, nor unto any place of the river Jabbok, nor unto the cities in the mountains, nor unto whatsoever the Lord our God forbade us.
Chapter 3. The children of Israel destroy the people of Bashan. Their lands on the east of the Jordan are given to Reuben and Gad. Moses sees Canaan from Pisgah, but is denied entrance thereto.
Malakas
He
pala yun.
counsels and strengthens Joshua.
Then we
Ito na.
turned and went up the way to Bashan, and Og,
Isang
the king of
alagad ko,
Bashan, came
dikit
out
ko
against
siya.
us, he and all his people, to
Pang
battle at Edrei.
512.
And the Lord said unto me, Fear him not, for I will deliver him and all his people and his land into thy hand. And thou shalt do unto him as thou didst unto Sihon, king of the Amorites, which dwelt at Heshbon. So the Lord our God delivered into our hands Og also, the king of Bashan, and all his people, and we smote him until none was left to him remaining. And we took all his cities at that time. There was not a city which we took not from them, 80 cities, all the region of Argob, the kingdom of Og in Bashan. All these cities were fenced with high walls, gates, and bars, beside unwalled towns a great many. And we utterly destroyed them, as we did unto Sihon king of Heshbon, utterly destroying the men, women, and children of every city. But all the cattle and the spoil of the cities we took for a prey to ourselves. And we took at that time out of the hand of the 2 kings of the
Kay
Amorites
Mami.
the land that was on this side Jordan, from the river of Arnon unto Mount Hermon, which Hermon the Sidonians call Syrian, and the Amorites called it
Ganun
Shinir.
kay Mami.
All the cities of the plain, and all Gilead, and all
Si
Bashan,
Tom
unto
guide naman
Salca
dyan.
and Edrei, cities of the kingdom of Og in Bashan. Bashan.
Sinis may
For
jacket
only
na.
Og, king of Bashan, remained of the remnant of giants. Behold, his bedstead was a bedstead of iron. Is
Nagtamsak
it
lang
not in
sinis,
Rabbath of the
tamsak.
children of Ammon?
Nagtamsak
9
lang
cubits was
sinis.
the length thereof,
Tsaka
and
si
4 cubits the breadth of it, after the cubit of a man. And this land which we possessed at that time, from Aroer, which is by the river Arnon, and half Mount Gilead, and the cities thereof, gave I unto the Reubenites and to the Gadites. And the
Maringlin,
rest of
sugurin
Gilead,
natin
and all
yung
Bashan,
premiere ni
being the
Mami
kingdom
ah.
of Og, gave I unto the half tribe of Manasseh, all the region of Argob, with all Bashan, which was called the land of giants. Jair, the son of Manasseh, took all the country of Argob
Saan
unto
na
the
yung
coasts
kay
of
ano?
Geshurai and
As
Maacathai,
yung tira.
and called them after his own name, Bashan Havoth Hair, unto this day.
Sis ani
And I
mamaya
gave
ko na lang
Gilead unto
tanong.
Machir. And unto the Reubenites and unto the Gadites I gave from Gilead even unto the river Arnon half the valley, and the border
Mami,
even
bigyan
unto the
kitang
river
isa
Jabbok,
pang
which is the
alaga.
border of
Dalawa
the
na
children of
bali.
Ammon, the plain also, and Jordan, and the coast thereof, from Kinnereth even unto the sea of the plain, even the salt sea, under Ashdoth Pisgah, eastward. And I commanded you at that time, saying, The Lord your God hath given you this
Mami,
land to possess it.
puntahan mo
Ye
na
shall
yung
pass over
premiere mo,
armed before
Mami.
your brethren, the children of Israel, all
Tamsakan
that
mo
are
na
meet
kami.
for the war.
Ay,
But your
tamsakan,
wives and
lagyan
your
ng
little
jacket
ones and
pala.
your cattle, for I know that ye have much cattle,
Ano na
shall
akin,
abide in
Mami?
your cities,
1,
which I have
2,
given you,
3,
until the Lord have
4,
given rest
apat
unto
na
your
akin,
brethren,
Mami.
as well as unto you, and until they also possess the land which the Lord your God hath given them
Apat.
beyond Jordan.
Hi,
And then
sis.
shall ye
Hello,
return every man
zombie.
unto his possession,
Diyan si
which I
zombie,
have given
Mami.
you. And I
Zombie,
commanded
patamsak
Joshua at that
naman
time,
sa
saying,
premiere
Thine
ni
eyes have seen all
ang
that the Lord your
madiscarding
God hath done
Mami.
unto these
Support
two
mo
kings.
naman,
So
please.
shall the
3,
Lord do
3
unto
p.m.
all
yung
the
premiere
kingdoms
niya.
whither thou passest. Ye shall not fear
Ah,
them,
sige.
for the Lord your God, he shall fight for you. And I besought the
Ayan,
Lord at that
kumusta ka
time,
na,
saying,
zombie?
O Lord God, thou hast begun to show thy servant thy greatness and thy mighty hand. For what God
Meron
is
siyang
there in
ano,
heaven
meron
or in
siyang
earth that
premiere.
can do according to thy works and
Ayan, mga
according to thy
binaba ni
might?
Nightboot.
I pray
Lablabin mo
thee,
yan,
let
zombie.
me go over and
6
see
na
the
yan
good
silang
land
member
that is
ko.
beyond Jordan,
Si ang
that
madiscarding
goodly mountain
Mami
and
nagpa-member
Lebanon.
sa akin.
But the Lord
Si
was wroth with
Traditional
me for
Lily
your
TV,
sakes, and
si
would not hear me.
madiscarding Nanay
And the Lord said
19,
unto me,
si
Let it
Analo J
suffice thee,
Vlogs,
speak
si
no more unto me of this
si Hong
matter.
Kong Diaries,
Get
tsaka
thee up
si
into the top of
pang-anim
Pisgah,
si
and
Devia's
lift up thine eyes
Kitchen and
westward, and
Vlogs.
northward,
Ayan,
and
lablabin mo
southward,
yan
and eastward,
mga
and behold it with thine
ano,
eyes,
mga
for
member.
thou shalt not go over this Jordan. But charge
Para
Joshua, and
mayroon,
encourage
ayan,
him, and
yung mga
strengthen him,
binaba ni
for he
Nightboot,
shall go over before this
zombie.
people, and he shall cause them to
Marami yan
inherit the
silang
land
mga
which thou
alagad.
shalt see. So we
Makakakuha
abode
ka
in
na.
the valley
Tsaka
over against
nag-LS
Bethpeor.
sila.
Chapter
Si
4.
Traditional Healer TV
Moses
merong
exhorts
5
the children of Israel to keep the
alagad.
commandments, to teach them to their
Si
children,
Mami
and to
wala
be
pa
exemplary
kasi.
before all nations. They are
Punta ka
forbidden
na
to
sa
make
premiere
graven
mo,
images
dali.
or worship other gods.
Check mo dun
They
sa
are to
video
witness
nyo
that they
po.
have heard the voice of
Tapos,
God.
bigyan mo kaming
They will
jacket.
be scattered among all
Ayan,
nations when
patamsak
they
tayo kay
worship other
zombie.
gods.
Nandyan si
They
zombie.
will be gathered again in the latter
Uy,
days when they seek the
naglubat
Lord their
ito.
God. Moses extols the mercy and goodness of God to Israel.
Now therefore hearken, O Israel, unto the statutes and unto the judgments
Naglubat
which I
yung
teach you,
isang
for to
sipit.
do them, that ye may live, and go in and possess the land which the Lord God of your fathers giveth you. Ye shall not add unto the word which I command you, neither shall ye diminish aught from it, that ye may keep the commandments of the Lord your God, which I command you. Your eyes have seen what the Lord did because of Baal Peor. For all the men that followed Baal Peor, the Lord thy God hath destroyed them from among you. But ye that did cleave unto the Lord your God are alive, every one of you this day. Behold, I have taught you statutes and judgments, even as the Lord my God commanded me, that ye should do so in the land whither ye go to possess it. Keep therefore and do them, understanding people. For what nation is there so great, who hath God so nigh unto them, as the Lord our God is in all things that we call upon him for? And what nation is there so great, that hath statutes and judgments so righteous as all this law, which I set before you this day? Only take heed to thyself, and keep thy soul diligently, lest thou forget the things which thine eyes have seen, and lest they depart from thy heart all the days of thy life, but teach
Ika
them thy
lang.
sons and thy sons' sons,
Si ano pala
especially the day that thou stoodest
LS
before the
na.
Lord thy God in Horeb, when the Lord said unto me, Gather me the people together, and I will make them hear my words, that they may learn to fear me all the days that they shall live upon the earth, and that they may teach their children. And ye came near and stood under the mountain, and the mountain burned with fire unto the midst of heaven, with darkness and clouds and thick darkness.
Sana
And
yung
the Lord spake
fire.
unto you out of the midst of the fire. Ye heard the voice of the words, but saw no similitude, only ye heard a voice. And he declared unto you his covenant, which he commanded you to perform, even 10 commandments, and he wrote them upon 2 tables of stone. And the Lord commanded me at that time to teach you statutes and judgments, that ye might do them in the land whither ye go over to possess it. Take ye therefore good heed unto yourselves, for ye saw no manner of similitude on the day that the Lord spake unto you in Horeb out of the midst of the fire. Lest ye corrupt yourselves, and make you a graven image, the similitude of any figure, the likeness of male or female, the likeness of any beast that is on the earth, the likeness of any winged fowl that flieth in the air, the likeness of anything that creepeth on the
Yan,
ground,
mami, punta
the
ka na dun.
likeness of any fish that is in the waters beneath the earth. And lest thou lift up thine eyes unto heaven, and when thou seest the sun, and the moon, and the stars, even all the host of heaven, shouldest be driven to worship them, and serve them, which the Lord thy God hath divided unto all nations under the whole heaven. But the Lord hath taken you, and brought you forth out of the iron furnace, even out of Egypt, to be unto him a people of inheritance, as ye are this day. Furthermore, the Lord was angry with me for your sakes, and sware that I should not go over Jordan, and that I should not go in unto that good land, which the Lord thy God giveth thee for an inheritance. But I must die in this land. I must not go over Jordan, but ye shall go over and possess that good land. Take heed unto yourselves, lest ye forget the covenant of the Lord your God, which he made with you, and make you a graven image, or the likeness of anything which the Lord thy God hath forbidden thee. For the Lord thy God is a consuming fire,
Okay,
even a
mami,
jealous God.
malapit na sila.
And ye shall
Sundin,
have
punta
children,
muna
and
tayo kay
children's
mami.
children, and ye shall have remained long in the land, and shall corrupt yourselves, and make a graven image,
Magbibigyan
or
na
the likeness
ang
of anything, and
LS
shall
ni
do
mami.
evil in the sight of the Lord thy God, to provoke him to anger. I call heaven and earth to witness against you this day, that ye shall soon utterly perish from off the land, whereunto ye go over Jordan to possess it. Ye shall have 4 days upon it, but shall utterly be destroyed. And the Lord shall scatter you among the nations, and ye shall be left few in number among the heathen, whither the Lord shall lead you. And there ye shall serve gods, that work in men's hands, and stone, which neither see, nor hear, nor eat,
Ayan na,
nor
mami,
smell.
start na
But if from
premiere. Oo, premiere na ni mami. Nandun na. Nandun na dalawang cellphone ko. Punta ka muna, ano. Traditional Healer TV, punta muna sa premiere ni Mami. Andun si Ani. Nawala man si Mami. Andun, binaba. Teka lang, share ko na lang sa'yo. Okay, ano, ibababa ko. Umpisa na. Wala si Mami. Ibababa ko. Ayan na. Yan, ganyan pag may premiere. Ayan na, traditional healer, yung binaba ni ano. Wala man si Mami dun. Andyan na. Di nga lang makaano si Mami. Ayan. Dalawa tinambay ko, Mami. Ay, dalawa. Si Maringlin. Nasa na kayo si Maringlin? Yung binaba ni Apollo Consonji. Binaba ni Apollo Consonji. Pindutin mo yan. Ayan na, oh. Hanap ka na doon. Ayan yung ginawang ice cream mango ni Mami, pinakain sa akin. Wala man tao po. Wala man si Tradish. May mga ano dito. Ay, natapos na. maglaba na ako. Bahala na kayo dyan. Sino ang tataya ko, oh. Sa mo magano ako. Ay, wala man. Tataya. Ay, wala nang magandang picture. Natataya ako. Ah, ito. Ay, andyan na pala si Baboy. Oh. Okay na yun, mami. Nandun na yun. Natataya ako. Dito lang kayo. Ay, mami, si Gugmang Giatay magbaba ng premiere. Opo, pasok na yun. Ilipat mo na lang yun sa mix videos. Tanggalin mo na siya sa premiere. Teka lang. Utot na ako ng utot. Ito. Teka lang, mag-banyo queen lang ako. Asa na yung ano mo? Ayan na. Mami, patamsak po sa premiere ni Gugmang Giatay. Gugmang Giatay nagbaba ng may premiere si Gugmang Giatay, mami. Mami, lablabin mo si Gugmang Giatay, madaming ano yan. Daming alagad yan, mami. Si Sis Kasano Kisha TV yan, mami. Kasano Kisha TV yan, mami. Nagtamsak ako. Sisi, di ko pa nadikit yung mga alagad ko sa'yo. Wait lang, ah. Sana yung kay Sisi. Sisi, naglablab ako ng dalawa. Ay siya. Gugmang Giatay. Ayan, mami, ano yung binaba ni Gugmang Giatay. Yung Gugmang Giatay, baba mo ulit. Dalawa yun nilablab ko. Tataya ko. Gugmang Giatay, okay. Okay. Switch na ulit ako. Ayan. Sis Ana. Opo, yung binaba niya, premiere ni Gugmang Giatay yan. Sana yung kay Sis Ani? Ay, mamaya na nga lang lablabin si Ann. Tapos na ako kay Zombing. Saan na ba si Zombing? Nawala man. Ah, okay. March 27. Mamaya 7 p.m. 7 p.m. Apat na tamsak. O bala na kayo dito, maglaba lang ako. Madami ako labahin na. Ay gugmang giatay apat ang nano ko na lablab. Saan na si Zombing? Bukas pa, 28 pa yung premiere ko. 10 p.m. bukas. Di pa ako naka-edit eh. Bukas, Monday, 28, may premiere ako 10 p.m. Hindi, 28 yun. Kasi kagabi meron ako isa. Last yung sa 28. Ano, 7 p.m. kaya ano. CR lang ako. Bala na kayo dyan. Silip-silip na lang kayo, mami. Wala, mag-charge na tong isang CP ko eh. Nag-charge. Mag-banyo queen lang ako. O yan mo ng harap mo. Wait lang, mami ah. Ay, apat tamas ako. Mami, maglaba na ako. Uy, luludanom. Tuslok na. Diyan si luludanom. Wait lang. Luludanom, baba ng bahay. Nandyan si mami. Teka lang, magbabanyo lang ako. Mami, bala na kayo dyan. Nag-charge lang CP ko. Tutok na ako ng tutok. Dali lang. Labadami lang ni.
And possess that good land. Take heed unto yourselves, lest ye forget the covenant of the Lord your God, which he made with you, and make you a graven image, or the likeness of anything which the Lord thy God hath forbidden thee. For the Lord thy God is a consuming fire, even a jealous God. When thou shalt beget children, and children's children, and ye shall have remained long in the land, and shall corrupt yourselves, and make a graven image, or the likeness of anything, and shall do evil in the sight of the Lord thy God, to provoke
Hindi.
him to anger,
Maglalaba
I
ako.
call heaven and earth to witness against you this day, that ye shall soon utterly perish from off the land, whereunto ye go over Jordan to possess it. Ye shall not
Maglalaba
prolong
ako.
your days upon
Madami
it,
ako
but shall
labahin.
utterly be destroyed. And the Lord
Silip-silip
shall
na ako.
scatter you among the nations, and ye shall be left few in number among the heathen, whither the Lord shall lead you. And there ye shall serve gods, the work of men's hands, wood and stone, which neither see, nor hear, nor eat, nor smell. But if from thence thou shalt seek the Lord thy God, thou shalt find him, if thou seek him with all thy heart, and with all thy soul. When thou art in tribulation, and all these things are come upon thee, even in the latter days, if thou turn to the Lord thy God, and shalt be obedient unto his voice. For the Lord thy God is a merciful God. He will not forsake thee, neither destroy thee, nor forget the covenant of thy fathers, which he sware unto them. For ask now of the days that are past, which were before thee, since the day that God created man upon the earth, and ask from the one side of heaven unto the other, whether there hath been any such thing as this great thing is, or hath been heard like it. Did ever people hear the voice of God speaking out of the midst of the fire, as thou hast heard, and live? Or hath God essayed to go and take him a nation from the midst of another nation, by temptations, by signs, and by wonders, and by war, and by a mighty hand, and by a stretched out arm, and by great terrors, according to all that the Lord your God did for you in Egypt, before your eyes? Unto thee it was shown that thou mightest know that the Lord, he is God. There is none else beside him. Out of heaven he made thee to hear his voice, that he might instruct thee, and upon earth he showed thee his great fire, and thou heardest his words out of the midst of the fire. And because he loved thy fathers, therefore he chose their seed after them, and brought thee out in his sight with his mighty power out of Egypt, to drive out nations from before thee, greater and mightier than thou art, to bring thee in, to to give thee their land for an inheritance, as it is this day. Know therefore this day, and consider it in thine heart, that the Lord, he is God in heaven above, and upon the earth beneath, there is none else. Thou shalt keep therefore his statutes and his commandments, which I command thee this day, that it may go well with thee, and with thy children after thee, and that thou mayest prolong thy days upon the earth, which the Lord thy God giveth thee forever. Then Moses severed 3 cities on this side Jordan toward the sunrising, that the slayer might flee thither, which should kill his neighbor unawares, and hated him not in times past, and that fleeing unto one of these cities he might live, namely Bezer in the wilderness in the plain country of the Reubenites, and Ramoth in Gilead of the Gadites, and Golan in Bashan of the Manassites. And this is the law which Moses set before the children of Israel. These are the testimonies, and the statutes, and the judgments, which Moses spake unto the children of Israel after they came forth out of Egypt. On this side Jordan, in the valley over against Beth Peor, in the land of Sihon, king of the Amorites, who dwelt at Heshbon, whom Moses and the children of Israel smote after they were come forth out of Egypt. And they possessed his land, and the land of Og, king of Bashan, 2 kings of the Amorites, which were on this side Jordan, toward the sunrising. From Aroer, which is by the bank of the river Arnon, even unto Mount Sion, which is Hermon, and all the plain on this side Jordan eastward, even unto the sea of the plain, under the springs of Pisgah.
Chapter 5. Moses tells of the covenant God made with Israel in Horeb. He reviews the 10 Commandments. Sabbath observance also commemorates the deliverance from Egypt. God talks with man. Blessings flow from obedience.
And Moses called all Israel, and said unto them, Hear, O Israel, the statutes and judgments which I speak in your ears this day, that ye may learn them, and keep and do them. The Lord our God made a covenant with us in Horeb. The Lord made not this covenant with our fathers, but with us, even us, who are all of us here alive this day. The Lord talked with you face to face in the mount, out of the midst of the fire. I stood between the Lord and you at that time, to show you the word of the Lord, for ye were afraid by reason of the fire, and went not up into the mount, saying, I am the Lord thy God, which brought thee out of the land of Egypt, from the house of bondage. Thou shalt have none other gods before me. Thou shalt not make thee any graven image, or any likeness of anything that is in heaven above, or that is in the earth beneath, or that is in the waters beneath the earth. Thou shalt not bow down thyself unto them, nor serve them. For I, the Lord thy God, am a jealous God, visiting the iniquity of the fathers upon the children, unto the 3rd and 4th generation of them that hate me, and showing mercy unto thousands of them that love me, and keep my commandments. Thou shalt not take the name of the Lord thy God in vain, for the Lord will not hold him guiltless that taketh his name in vain. Keep the Sabbath day to sanctify it, as the Lord thy God hath commanded thee. 6 days thou shalt labor, and do all thy work. But the 7th day is the Sabbath of the Lord thy God. In it thou shalt not do any work, thou, nor thy son, nor thy daughter, nor thy manservant, nor thy maidservant, nor thine ox, nor thine ass, nor any of thy cattle, nor thy stranger that is within thy gates, that thy manservant and thy maidservant may rest as well as thou. And remember that thou wast a servant in the land of Egypt, and that the Lord thy God brought thee out thence through a mighty hand, and by a stretched out arm. Therefore the Lord thy God commanded thee to keep the Sabbath day. Honor thy father and thy mother, as the Lord thy God hath commanded thee, that thy days may be prolonged, and that it may go well with thee, in the land which the Lord thy God giveth thee. Thou shalt not kill, neither shalt thou commit adultery. Neither shalt thou steal. Neither shalt thou bear false witness against thy neighbor. Neither shalt thou desire thy neighbor's wife. Neither shalt thou covet thy neighbor's house, his field, or his manservant, or his maidservant, his ox, or his ass, or anything that is thy neighbor's. These words the Lord spake unto all your assembly in the mount out of the midst of the fire, of the cloud, and of the thick darkness, with a great voice, and he added no more. And he wrote them in 2 tables of stone, and delivered them unto me. And it came to pass, when ye heard the voice out of the midst of the darkness, where the mountain did burn with fire, that ye came near unto me, even all the heads of your tribes and your elders. And he said, Behold, the Lord our God hath showed us his glory and his greatness, and we have heard his voice out of the midst of the fire. We have seen this day that God doth talk with man, and he liveth. Now therefore, why should we die? For this great fire will consume us. If we hear the voice of the Lord our God any more, then we shall die. For who is there of all flesh that hath heard the voice of the living God, speaking out of the midst of the fire, as we have, and lived? Go thou near, and hear all that the Lord our God shall say, and speak thou unto us all that the Lord our God shall speak unto thee. We will hear it, and do it. And the Lord heard the voice of your words when ye spake unto me. And the Lord said unto me, I have heard the voice of the words of this people, which they have spoken unto me. They have well said all that they have spoken. Oh, that there were such an heart in them, that they would fear me, and keep all my commandments always, that it might be well with them, and with their children forever. Go say to them, Get you into your tents again. But as for thee, stand thou here by me, and I will speak unto thee all the commandments, and the statutes, and the judgments, which thou shalt teach them, that they may do them in the land which I give them to possess it. Ye shall observe to do therefore, as the Lord your God hath commanded you. Ye shall not turn aside to the right hand, or to the left. Ye shall walk in all the ways which the Lord your God hath commanded you, that ye may live, and that it may be well with you, and that ye may prolong your days in the land which ye shall possess.
Chapter 6. Moses proclaims, The Lord our God is one Lord, and thou shalt love the Lord thy God. The children of Israel are commanded to teach their children. Moses exhorts them to keep the commandments, testimonies, and statutes of the Lord, that they may prosper.
Now these are the commandments, the statutes, and the judgments, which the Lord your God commanded to teach you, that ye might do them in the land whither ye go to possess it. That thou mightest fear the Lord thy God, to keep all his statutes and his commandments, which I command thee, thou and thy son, and thy son's son, all the days of thy life, and that thy days may be prolonged. Hear therefore, O Israel, and observe to do it, that it may be well with thee, and that ye may increase mightily, as the Lord God of thy fathers hath promised thee, in the land that floweth with milk and honey. Hear, O Israel, the Lord our God is one Lord. And thou shalt love the Lord thy God with all thy heart, and with all thy soul, and with all thy might. And these words which I command thee this day shall be in thine heart, and thou shalt teach them diligently unto thy children, and shalt talk of them when thou sittest in thine house, and when thou walkest by the way, and when thou liest down, and when thou risest up. And thou shalt bind them for a sign upon thine hand, and they shall be as frontlets between thine eyes. And thou shalt write them upon the posts of thy house, and on thy gates. And it shall be, when the Lord thy God shall have brought thee into the land which he sware unto thy fathers, to Abraham, to Isaac, and to Jacob, to give thee great and goodly cities, which thou buildest not, and houses full of all good things, which thou fillest not, and wells digged, which thou diggest not, vineyards and olive trees, which thou plantest not. When thou shalt have eaten, and be full. Then beware lest thou forget the Lord, which brought thee forth out of the land of Egypt, from the house of bondage. Thou shalt fear the Lord thy God, and serve him, and shalt swear by his name. Ye shall not go after other gods, of the gods of the people which are round about you. For the Lord thy God is a jealous God among you, lest the anger of the Lord thy God be kindled against thee, and destroy thee from off the face of the earth. Ye shall not tempt the Lord your God, as ye tempted him in Massah. Ye shall diligently keep the commandments of the Lord your God, and his testimonies, and his statutes, which he hath commanded thee. And thou shalt do that which is right and good in the sight of the Lord, that it may be well with thee, and that thou mayest go in and possess the good land which the Lord sware unto thy fathers, to cast out all thine enemies from before thee, as the Lord hath sworn. And when thy son asketh thee in time to come, saying, What mean the testimonies and the statutes and the judgments which the Lord our God hath commanded you? Then thou shalt say unto thy son, We were Pharaoh's bondmen in Egypt, and the Lord brought us out of Egypt with a mighty hand. And the Lord showed signs and wonders great and sore upon Egypt, upon Pharaoh, and upon all his household, before our eyes. And he brought us out from thence, that he might bring us in, to give us the land which he sware unto our fathers. And the Lord commanded us to do all these statutes, to fear the Lord our God, for our good always, that he might preserve us alive, as it is in this day. And it shall be our righteousness, if we observe to do all these commandments before the Lord our God, as he hath commanded us.
Chapter 7. Israel is to destroy the 7 nations of Judah. Marriages with them are forbidden unless apostasy results. Israel has a mission as a holy and chosen people.
Naglalaba
Shows
ako.
mercy on those who love him and keep his commandments. He promises to remove sickness from the children of Israel if
Charge
they
lang.
obey.
When the
Lubat
Lord
na.
thy God shall bring thee into the land whither thou goest to possess it, and have cast out many nations before thee, the Hittites, and the Girgashites, and the Amorites, and the Canaanites, and the Perizzites, and the Hivites, and the Jebusites, 7 nations greater and mightier than thou. And when the Lord thy
Charge
God
lang.
shall deliver them before thee, thou shalt smite them, and utterly destroy them. Thou shalt make no covenant with them, nor show mercy unto them. Neither shalt thou make marriages with them.
Lubat
Thy
na.
daughter thou shalt not give unto his son, nor his
Uy,
daughter
matulog
shalt
ka
thou
na
take
sisi.
unto thy son. For they will turn away thy son from following me, that they may serve other gods. So will the anger of the Lord be kindled against you,
Baba
and
lang kayo
destroy
ng
these 7
bahay.
but thus
Charot.
shall ye deal with them. Ye shall destroy their altars, and break down their images, and cut down their groves, and burn their graven images with fire. For thou art an holy people unto the Lord thy God. The Lord thy God hath chosen thee to be a special people unto himself, above all people that are upon the face of the earth. The Lord did not set his love upon you, nor choose you, because ye were more in number than any people, for ye were the fewest of all people. But because the Lord loved you, and because he would keep the oath which he had sworn unto your fathers, hath the Lord brought you out with a mighty hand, and redeemed you out of the house of bondage, from the hand of Pharaoh, king of Egypt. Know therefore that the Lord thy God, he is God, the faithful God, which keepeth covenant and mercy with them that love him, and keep his commandments to 1,000 generations, and repayeth them that hate him to their face, to destroy them. He will not be slack to him that hateth him, he will repay him to his face. Thou shalt therefore keep the commandments, and the statutes, and the judgments, which I command thee this day, Thou shalt not be afraid of them, but shalt well remember what the Lord thy God did unto Pharaoh and unto all Egypt, the great temptations which thine eyes saw, and the signs, and the wonders, and the mighty hand, and the stretched out arm, whereby the Lord thy God brought thee out. So shall the Lord thy God do unto all the people of whom thou art afraid. Moreover, the Lord thy God will set the hornet among them, until they that are left, and hide themselves from thee, be destroyed. Thou shalt not be affrighted at them, for the Lord thy God is among you, a mighty God and terrible. And the Lord thy God will put out those nations before thee by little and little. Thou mayest not consume them at once, lest the beasts of the field increase upon thee. But the Lord thy God shall deliver them unto thee, and shall destroy them with a mighty destruction, until they be destroyed. And he shall deliver their kings into thine hand, and thou shalt destroy their name from under heaven. There shall no man be able to stand before thee, until thou have destroyed them. The graven images of their gods shall ye burn with fire. Thou shalt not desire the silver or gold that is on them, nor take it unto thee, lest thou be snared therein, for it is an abomination to the Lord thy God. Neither shalt thou bring an abomination into thine house, lest thou be a cursed thing like it, but thou shalt utterly detest it, and thou shalt utterly abhor it, for it is a cursed thing.
Chapter 8. The Lord tested the children of Israel in the wilderness for 40 years. Eating manna taught them that man lives by the word of God. Their clothing did not wear out. The Lord chastened them. If they serve other gods, they will perish.
All the commandments which I command thee this day shall ye observe to do, that ye may live and multiply, and go in and possess the land which the Lord sware unto your fathers. And thou shalt remember all the way which the Lord thy God led thee these 40 years in the wilderness, to humble thee, and to prove thee, to know what was in thine heart, whether thou wouldest keep his commandments or no. And he humbled thee, and suffered thee to hunger, and fed thee with manna which thou knewest not, neither did thy fathers know, that he might make thee know that man doth not live by bread only, but by every word that proceedeth out of the mouth of the Lord doth man live. Thy raiment waxed not old upon thee, neither did thy foot swell these 40 years. Thou shalt also consider in thine heart, that as a man chasteneth his son, so the Lord thy God chasteneth thee. Therefore thou shalt keep the commandments of the Lord thy God, to walk in his ways, and to fear him. For the Lord thy God bringeth thee into a good land, a land of brooks of water, of fountains, and depths that spring out of valleys and hills, a land of wheat and barley, and vines, and
Lalaba
fig
lang
trees,
ako.
and pomegranates,
Baba lang
a
kayo
land of
ng
oil, olive,
bahay.
and honey,
Kayo
a
na po
land wherein
bahala
thou shalt
dyan.
eat bread without scarceness. Thou shalt not lack anything in it. A land whose stones are iron, and out of whose hills thou mayest dig brass. When thou hast eaten and art full, then thou shalt bless the Lord thy God for the good land which he hath given thee. Beware that thou forget not the Lord thy God, in not keeping his commandments, and his judgments, and his statutes, which I command thee this day, lest when thou hast eaten and art full, and hast built goodly houses, and dwelt therein, and when thy herds and thy flocks multiply, and thy silver and thy gold is multiplied, and all that thou hast is multiplied, then thine heart be lifted up, and thou forget the Lord thy God, which brought thee forth out of the land of Egypt, from the house of bondage, who led thee through that great and terrible wilderness, wherein were fiery serpents, and scorpions, and drought where there was no water, who brought thee forth water out of the rock of flint, who fed thee in the wilderness with manna, which thy fathers knew not, that he might humble thee, shalt forget the Lord thy God, and walk after other gods, and serve them, and worship them, I testify against you this day, that ye shall surely perish. As the nations which the Lord destroyeth before your face, so shall ye perish, because ye would not be obedient unto the voice of the Lord your God.
Chapter 9. Other nations are driven out of Canaan because of their wickedness. Moses rehearses the rebellions of Israel and tells how he mediated between the people and the Lord. On 2 occasions he went without food and water for 40 days.
Hear, Israel, thou art to pass over Jordan this day, to go in to possess nations greater and mightier than thyself, cities great and fenced up to heaven. A people great and tall, the children of the Anakims, whom thou knowest, and of whom thou hast heard say, who can stand before the children of Anak? Understand therefore this day, that the Lord thy God is he which goeth over before thee. As a consuming fire he shall destroy them, and he shall bring them down before thy face. So shalt thou drive them out, and destroy them quickly, as the Lord hath said unto thee. Speak not thou in thine heart, after that the Lord thy God hath cast them out from before thee, saying, For my righteousness the Lord hath brought me in to possess this land. But for the wickedness of these nations the Lord doth drive them out from before thee. Not for thy righteousness, or for the uprightness of thine heart, dost thou go to possess their land, but for the wickedness of these nations the Lord thy God doth drive them out from before thee, and that he may perform the word which the Lord sware unto thy fathers, Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. Understand therefore that the Lord thy God giveth thee not this good land to possess it for thy righteousness, for thou art a stiff-necked people. Remember and forget not how thou provokest the Lord thy God to wrath in the wilderness, from the day that thou didst depart out of the land of Egypt, until ye came unto this place. Ye have been rebellious against the Lord. Also in Horeb ye provoked the Lord to wrath, so that the Lord was angry with you, to have destroyed you. When I was gone up into the mount to receive the tables of stone, even the tables of the covenant which the Lord made with you, then I abode in the mount 40 days and 40 nights. I neither did eat bread nor drink water. And the Lord delivered unto me 2 tables of stone, written with the finger of God, and on them was written according to all the words which the Lord spake with you in the mount out of the midst of the fire, in the day of the assembly. And it came to pass at the end of 40 days and 40 nights, that the Lord gave me the 2 tables of stone, even the tables of the covenant. And the Lord said unto me, Arise, get thee down quickly from hence, for thy people which thou hast brought forth out of Egypt have corrupted themselves. They are quickly turned aside out of the way which I commanded them. They have made them a molten image. Furthermore the Lord spake unto me, saying, I have seen this people, and behold, it is a stiff-necked people. Let me alone, that I may destroy them, and blot out their name from under heaven, and I will make of thee a nation mightier and greater than they. So I turned and came down from the mount, and the mount burned with fire, and the 2 tables of the covenant were in my 2 hands. And I looked, and behold, ye had sinned against the Lord your God, and had made you a molten calf. Ye had turned aside quickly out of the way which the Lord had commanded you. And I took the 2 tables, and cast them out of my 2 hands, and brake them before your eyes. And I fell down before the Lord, as at the first, 40 days and 40 nights. I did neither eat bread nor drink water, because of all your sins which ye sinned, in doing wickedly in the sight of the Lord, to provoke him to anger. For I was afraid of the anger and hot displeasure, wherewith the Lord was wroth against you to destroy you. But the Lord hearkened unto me at that time also. And the Lord was very angry with Aaron to have destroyed him, and I prayed for Aaron also the same time. And I took your sin, the calf which he had made, and burnt it with fire, and stamped it, and ground it very small, even until it was as small as dust. And I cast the dust thereof into the brook that descended out of the mount. And at Taberah, and at Massa, and at Kibroth Hattaavah, ye provoked the Lord to wrath. Likewise, when the Lord sent you from Kadesh Barnea, saying, Go up and possess the land which I have given you, that ye rebelled against the commandment of the Lord your God, and ye believed him not, nor hearkened to his voice. Ye have been rebellious against the Lord from the day that I knew you. Thus I fell down before the Lord 40 days and 40 nights, as I fell down at the first, because the Lord had said he would destroy you. I prayed therefore unto the Lord, and said, O Lord God, destroy not thy people and thine inheritance, which thou hast redeemed through thy greatness, which thou hast brought forth out of Egypt with a mighty hand. Remember thy servants, Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. Look not unto the stubbornness of this people, nor to their wickedness, nor to their sin. Bless the land whence thou broughtest us out, saying, because the Lord was not able to bring them into the land which he promised them, and because he hated them, he had brought them out to slay them in the wilderness. Yet they are thy people and thine inheritance, which thou broughtest out by thy mighty power and by thy stretched out arm.
Chapter 10. The tables of stone containing the Ten Commandments placed in the ark. All that God requires is that Israel love and serve him. How great and mighty is the Lord.
At that time the Lord said unto me, Hew thee 2 tables of stone, like unto the first, and come up unto me into the mount, and make thee an ark of wood. And I will write on the tables the words that were in the first tables which thou breakest, and thou shalt put them in the ark. And I made an ark of shittim wood, and hewed 2 tables of stone, like unto the first, and went up into the mount, having the 2 tables in mine hand. And he wrote on the tables, according to the first writing, the 10 Commandments, which the Lord spake unto you in the mount out of the midst of the fire in the day of the assembly. And the Lord gave them unto me. And I turned myself, and came down from the mount, and put the tables in the ark which I had made. And there they be, as the Lord commanded me. And the children of Israel took their journey from Beeroth of the children of Jacob to Mosera. There Aaron died, and there he was buried. And Eleazar his son ministered in the priest's office in his stead. From thence they journeyed unto Gudgoda, and from Gudgoda to Jotbath, a land of rivers of waters. At that time the Lord separated the tribe of Levi to bear the ark of the covenant of the Lord, to stand before the Lord to minister unto him, and to bless in his name unto this day. Wherefore Levi hath no part nor inheritance with his brethren. The Lord is his inheritance, according as the Lord thy God promised him. And I stayed in the mount, according to the first time, 40 days and 40 nights. And the Lord hearkened unto me at that time also, and the Lord would not destroy thee. And the Lord said unto me, Arise, take thy journey before the people, that they may go in and possess the land which I swear unto their fathers to give unto them. And now, Israel, what doth the Lord thy God require of thee, but to fear the Lord thy God, to walk in all his ways, and to love him, and to serve the Lord thy God with all thy heart and with all thy soul, to keep the commandments of the Lord and his statutes, which I command thee this day for thy good. Behold, the heaven and the heaven of heavens is the Lord's thy God, the earth also, with all that therein is. Only the Lord had a delight in thy fathers to love them, and he chose their seed after them, even you, above all people, as it is this day. Circumcise therefore the foreskin of your heart, and be no more stiff-necked. For the Lord your God is God of gods, and Lord of lords, a great God, a mighty and a terrible, which regardeth not persons, nor taketh reward. He doth execute the judgment of the fatherless and widow, and loveth the stranger, in giving him food and raiment. Love ye therefore the stranger, for ye were strangers in the land of Egypt. Thou shalt fear the Lord thy God, him shalt thou serve, and to him shalt thou cleave, and swear by his name. He is thy praise, and he is thy God, that hath done for thee these great and terrible things, which thine eyes have seen. Thy fathers went down into Egypt with 60 and 10 persons, and now the Lord thy God hath made thee as the stars of heaven for multitude.
Chapter 11. Thou shalt love and obey the Lord thy God. If the children of Israel obey, they will be blessed with rain and harvests, and will drive out mighty nations. Israel must learn God's laws and teach them. Blessings flow from obedience. Cursings attend disobedience.
Therefore thou shalt love the Lord thy God, and keep his charge, and his statutes, and his judgments, and his commandments alway. And know ye this day, for I speak not with your children which have not known, and which have not seen the chastisement of the Lord your God, his greatness, his mighty hand, and his stretched out arm, and his miracles, and his acts, which he did in the midst of Egypt unto Pharaoh, the king of Egypt, and unto all his land. And what he did unto the army of Egypt, unto their horses, and to their chariots, how he made the water of the Red Sea to overflow them as they pursued after you, and how the Lord hath destroyed them unto this day. And what he did unto you in the wilderness, until ye came into this place. And what he did unto Dathan and Abiram, the sons of Eliab, the son of Reuben, how the earth opened her mouth and swallowed them up, and their households and their tents, and all the substance that was in their possession, in the midst of all Israel. But your eyes have seen all the great acts of the Lord which he did. Therefore shall ye keep all the commandments which I command you this day, that ye may be strong, and go in and possess the land, whither ye go to possess it, and that ye may prolong your days in the land, which the Lord sware unto your fathers to give unto them and to their seed, a land that floweth with milk and honey. For the land, whither thou goest in to possess it, is not as the land of Egypt, from which ye came out, where thou sowest thy seed, and wateredst it with thy foot, as a garden of herbs. But the land, whither ye go to possess it, is a land of hills and valleys, and drinketh water of the rain of heaven, a land which the Lord thy God careth for. The eyes of the Lord thy God are always upon it, from the beginning of the year, even unto the end of the year. And it shall come to pass, if ye shall hearken diligently unto my commandments which I command you this day, to love the Lord your God, and to serve him with all your heart and with all your soul, that I will give you the rain of your land in his due season, the first rain and the latter rain, that thou mayest gather in thy corn, and thy wine, and thine oil. And I will send grass in thy fields for thy cattle, that thou mayest eat and be full. Take heed to yourselves, that your heart be not deceived, and ye turn aside, and serve other gods, and worship them. And then the Lord's wrath be kindled against you, that he shut up the heaven, that there be no rain, and that the land yield not her fruit, and lest ye perish quickly from off the good land which the Lord giveth you. Therefore shall ye lay up these my words in your heart and in your soul, and bind them for a sign upon your hand, that they may be as frontlets between your eyes. And ye shall teach them your children, speaking of them when thou sittest in thine house, and when thou walkest by the way, when thou liest down, and when thou risest up. And thou shalt write them upon the doorposts of thine house, and upon thy gates. that your days may be multiplied, and the days of your children in the land which the Lord sware unto your fathers to give them, as the days of heaven upon the earth. For if ye shall diligently keep all these commandments which I command you, to do them, to love the Lord your God, to walk in all his ways, to cleave unto him, then will the Lord drive out all these nations from before you, and ye shall possess greater nations and mightier than yourselves. Every place whereon the soles of your feet shall tread shall be yours, from the wilderness and Lebanon, from the river Euphrates, even unto the uttermost sea shall your coast be. There shall no man be able to stand before you, for the Lord your God shall lay the fear of you and the dread of you upon all the land that ye shall tread upon, as he hath said unto you. Behold, I set before you this day a blessing and a curse. A blessing, if ye obey the commandments of the Lord your God, which I command you this day. And a curse, if ye will not obey the commandments of the Lord your God, but turn aside out of the way, which I command you this day, to go after other gods, which ye have not known. And it shall come to pass, when the Lord thy God hath brought thee in unto the land, whither thou goest to possess it, that thou shalt put the blessing upon Mount Gerizim, and the curse upon Mount Ebal. Are they not on the other side Jordan, by the way where the sun goeth down, in the land of the Canaanites, which dwell in the champaign over against Gilgal, beside the plains of Moreh? For ye shall pass over Jordan, to go in to possess the land which the Lord your God giveth you, and ye shall possess it, and dwell therein. And ye shall observe to do all the statutes and judgments which I set before you this day.
Chapter 12. Israel is to destroy the Canaanite gods and places of worship. The Lord will visit where his people worship. The blood is spoken. Israel's worship must conform to the divine standard.
These are the statutes and judgments which ye shall observe to do in the land, which the Lord God of thy fathers giveth thee to possess it, all the days that ye live upon the earth. Ye shall utterly destroy all the places wherein the nations which ye shall possess serve their gods, upon the high mountains, and upon the hills, and under every green tree. And ye shall overthrow their altars, and break their pillars, and burn their groves with fire. And ye shall hew down the graven images of their gods, and destroy the names of them out of that place. Ye shall not do so unto the Lord your God, but unto the place which the Lord your God shall choose out of all your tribes to put his name there, even unto his habitation shall he seek. Thither thou shalt come, and thither ye shall bring your burnt offerings, and your sacrifices, and your tithes, and heave offerings of burnt and your vows, and your freewill offerings, thy God in the place which the Lord thy God shall choose, thou and thy son and thy daughter, and thy manservant and thy maidservant, and the Levite that is within thy gates. And thou shalt rejoice before the Lord thy God in all that thou puttest thine hands unto. Take heed to thyself that thou forsake not the Levite as long as thou livest upon the earth. When the Lord thy God shall enlarge thy border, as he hath promised thee, and thou shalt say, I will eat flesh, because thy soul longeth to eat flesh. Thou mayest eat flesh, whatsoever thy soul lusteth after. If the place which the Lord thy God hath chosen to put his name there be too far from thee, then thou shalt kill of thy herd and of thy flock, which the Lord hath given thee, as I have commanded thee. And thou shalt eat in thy gates whatsoever thy soul lusteth after, even as the roebuck and the hart is eaten. So thou shalt eat them, the unclean and the clean shall eat of them alike. Only be sure that thou eat not the blood, for the blood is the life, and thou mayest not eat the life with the flesh. Thou shalt not eat it, thou shalt pour it upon the earth as water. Thou shalt not eat it, that it may go well with thee, and with thy children after thee, when thou shalt do that which is right in the sight of the Lord. Only thy holy things which thou hast, and thy vows, thou shalt take, and go unto the place which the Lord shall choose. And thou shalt offer thy burnt offerings, the flesh and the blood, upon the altar of the Lord thy God. And the blood of thy sacrifices shall be poured out upon the altar of the Lord thy God, and thou shalt eat the flesh. Observe and hear all these words which I command thee, that it may go well with thee, and with thy children after thee forever. When thou doest that which is good and right in the sight of the Lord thy God, when the Lord thy God shall cut off the nations from before thee, whither thou goest to possess them, and thou succeedest them, and dwellest in their land. Take heed to thyself that thou be not snared by following them, after that they be destroyed from before thee, and that thou inquire not after their gods, saying, How did these nations serve their gods? Even so will I do likewise. Thou shalt not do so unto the Lord thy God, for every abomination to the Lord, which he hateth, have they done unto their gods. For even their sons and their daughters they have burnt in the fire to their gods. What things soever I command you, observe to do it. Thou shalt not add thereto, nor diminish from it.
Chapter 13. The Lord tests his people to see if they will worship false gods. Prophets, dreamers, relatives, or friends who advocate worship of false gods will be put to death. Idolatrous cities will be destroyed.
If there arise among you a prophet, or a dreamer of dreams, and giveth thee a sign or a wonder, and the sign or the wonder come to pass, whereof he spake unto thee, saying, Let us go after other gods, which thou hast not known, and let us serve them. Thou shalt not hearken unto the words of that prophet, or that dreamer of dreams. For the Lord your God proveth you, to know whether ye love the Lord your God with all your heart and with all your soul. Ye shall walk after the Lord your God, and fear him, and keep his commandments, and obey his voice, and ye shall serve him, and cleave unto him. And that prophet, or that dreamer of dreams, shall be put to death, because he hath spoken to turn you away from the Lord your God, which brought you out of the land of Egypt, and redeemed you out of the house of bondage, to thrust thee out of the way which the Lord thy God commanded thee to walk in. So shalt thou put the evil away from the midst of thee. If thy brother, the son of thy mother, or thy son, or thy daughter, or the wife of thy bosom, or thy friend, which is as thine own soul, entice thee secretly, saying, Let us go and serve other gods, which thou hast not known, thou nor thy fathers, namely, of the gods of the people which are round about you, nigh unto thee, or far off from thee, from the one end of the earth even unto the other end of the earth. Thou shalt not consent unto him, nor hearken unto him, neither shall thine eye pity him, neither shalt thou spare, neither shalt thou conceal
Malapit na
him.
mata.
But thou shalt surely kill him. Thine hand shall be first upon him to put him to death, and afterwards the hand of all the people. And thou shalt stone him with stones, that he die, because he hath sought to thrust thee away from the Lord thy God, which brought thee out of the land of Egypt, from the house of bondage. And all Israel shall hear and fear, and shall do no more any such wickedness as this is among you. If thou shalt hear say in one of thy cities, which the Lord
Malapit
thy
na
God
mata
hath
ko.
given thee to dwell therein, saying, Certain men, the children of Belial, are gone out from among you, and have withdrawn the inhabitants of their city, saying, Let us go and serve other gods, which ye have not known. Then shalt thou inquire, and make search, and ask diligently. And behold, if it be true, and the thing certain, that such abomination is wrought among you, thou shalt surely smite the inhabitants of that city with the edge of the sword, destroying it utterly, and all that is therein, and the cattle thereof, with the edge of the sword. And thou shalt gather all the spoil of it into the midst of the street thereof, and shalt burn with fire the city, and all the spoil thereof every whit, for the Lord thy God. And it shall be in heap forever, it shall not be built again. And there shall cleave not of the cursed thing to thine hand, that the Lord may turn from the fierceness of his anger, and show thee mercy, and have compassion upon thee, and multiply thee, as he hath sworn unto thy fathers. When thou shalt hearken to the voice of the Lord thy God, to keep all his commandments which I command thee this day, to do that which is right in the eyes of the Lord thy God.
Chapter 14. The Israelites are children of the Lord Jehovah. Unclean beasts, fish, and fowl are not to be eaten. The Israelites are to tithe all the increase of their seed annually.
Ye are the children of the Lord your God. Ye shall not cut yourselves, nor make any baldness between your eyes for the dead. For thou art an holy people unto the Lord thy God, and the Lord hath chosen thee to be a peculiar people unto himself, above all the nations that are upon the earth. Thou shalt not eat any abominable thing. These are the beasts which ye shall eat, the ox, the sheep, and the goat, the hart, and the roebuck, and the fallow deer, and the wild goat, and the pygarg, and the wild ox, and the chamois, and every beast that parteth the hoof, and cleaveth the cleft into two claws, and cheweth the cud among the beasts, that ye shall eat. Nevertheless, these ye shall not eat of them that chew the cud, or of them that divide the cloven hoof, as the camel, and the hare, and the coney, for they chew the cud, but divide not the hoof, therefore they are unclean unto you. And the swine, because it divideth the hoof, yet cheweth not the cud, it is unclean unto you. Ye shall not eat of their flesh, nor touch their dead carcass. These ye shall eat of all that are in the waters, all that have fins and scales shall ye eat. And whatsoever have not fins and scales ye may not eat, it is unclean unto you. Of all clean birds ye shall eat. But these are they of which ye shall not eat, the eagle, and the ossifrage, and the osprey, and the glede, and the kite, and the vulture after his kind, and every raven after his kind, and the owl, and the nighthawk, and the cuckoo, and the hawk after his kind, the little owl, and the great owl, and the small owl, and the pelican, and the jer-eagle, and the cormorant, and the stork, and the heron after her kind, and the lapwing, and the bat, and every creeping thing that flieth is unclean unto you, they shall not be eaten. But of all clean fowls ye may eat. Ye shall not eat of anything that dieth of itself. Thou shalt give it unto the stranger that is in thy gates, that he desireth, and thou shalt eat there before the Lord thy God, and thou shalt rejoice, thou and thine household. And the Levite that is within thy gates, thou shalt not forsake him, for he hath no part nor inheritance with thee. At the end of 3 years thou shalt bring forth all the tithe of thine increase the same year, and shalt lay it up within thy gates. And the Levite, because he hath no part nor inheritance with thee, and the stranger, and the fatherless, and the widow, which are within thy gates, shall come, and shall eat and be satisfied, that the Lord thy God may bless thee in all the work of thine hand, which thou doest.
Chapter 15. Every 7 years all debts are to be released. The people are admonished to care for the poor. Hebrew servants are to be released and given gifts during the 7th year. The firstling males of herds and flocks are the Lord's.
At the end of every 7 years thou shalt make a release, and this is the manner of the release. Every creditor that lendeth aught unto his neighbor shall release it. He shall not exact it of his neighbor or of his brother, because it is called the Lord's release. Of a foreigner thou mayest exact it again, but that which is thine with thy brother thine hand shall release. Say when there shall be no poor among you, for the Lord shall greatly bless thee in the land which the Lord thy God giveth thee for an inheritance to possess it. Only if thou carefully hearken unto the voice of the Lord thy God, to observe to do all these commandments which I command thee this day. For the Lord thy God blesseth thee, as he promised thee, and thou shalt lend unto many nations, but thou shalt not borrow. And thou shalt reign over many nations, but they shall not reign over thee. If there be among you a poor man of one of thy brethren within any of thy gates in thy land which the Lord thy God giveth thee, thou shalt not harden thine heart, nor shut thine hand from thy poor brother. But thou shalt open thine hand wide unto him, and shalt surely lend him sufficient for his need, in that which he wanteth. Beware that there be not a thought in thy wicked heart, saying, the 7th year, the year of release, is at hand, and thine eye be evil against thy poor brother, and thou givest him not, and he cry unto the Lord against thee, and it be sin unto thee. Thou shalt surely give him, and thine heart shall not be grieved when thou givest unto him, because that for this thing the Lord thy God shall bless thee in all thy works, and in all that thou puttest thine hand unto. For the poor shall never cease out of the land. Therefore I command thee, saying, thou shalt open thine hand wide unto thy brother, to thy poor, and to thy needy in thy land. And if thy brother, an Hebrew man or an Hebrew woman, be sold unto thee, and serve thee 6 years, then in the 7th year thou shalt let him go free from thee. And when thou sendest him on free from thee, thou shalt not let him go away empty. Thou shalt furnish him liberally out of thy flock, and out of thy floor, and out of thy winepress, of that wherewith the Lord thy God hath blessed thee, thou shalt give unto him. And thou shalt remember that thou wast a bondman in the land of Egypt, and the Lord thy God redeemed thee. Therefore I command thee this thing today. And it shall be, if he say unto thee, I will not go away from thee, because he loveth thee and thine house, because he is well with thee, then thou shalt take an awl, and thrust it through his ear unto the door, and he shall be thy servant forever. And also unto thy maidservant thou shalt do likewise. It shall not seem hard unto thee, when thou sendest him away free from thee, for he hath been worth a double hired servant to thee, in serving thee 6 years. And the Lord thy God shall bless thee in all that thou doest. All the firstling males that come of thy herd and of thy flock, thou shalt sanctify unto the Lord thy God. Thou shalt do no work with the firstling of thy woman, nor share the firstling of thy sheep. Thou shalt eat it before the Lord thy God, year by year, in the place which the Lord shall choose, thou and thy household. And if there be any blemish therein, as if it be lame, or blind, or have any ill blemish, thou shalt not sacrifice it unto the Lord thy God. Thou shalt eat it within thy gates. The unclean and the clean person shall eat it alike, as the roebuck and as the hart. Only thou shalt not eat the blood thereof. Thou shalt pour it upon the ground as water.
Chapter 16. Israel is to keep the Passover, the Feast of Unleavened Bread, the Feast of Weeks, and the Feast of Tabernacles. All males are to appear annually before the Lord at these 3 feasts. Judges are not to make dishonest judgments nor take gifts.
Observe the month of Abib, and keep the Passover unto the Lord thy God. For in the month of Abib the Lord thy God brought thee forth out of Egypt by night. Thou shalt therefore sacrifice the Passover unto the Lord thy God, of the flock and the herd, in the place which the Lord shall choose to place his name there. Thou shalt eat no leavened bread with it. 7 days shalt thou eat unleavened bread therewith, even the bread of affliction. For thou camest forth out of the land of Egypt in haste, that thou mayest remember the day when thou camest forth out of the land of Egypt, all the days of thy life. And there shall be no leavened bread seen with thee in all thy coast 7 days, neither shall there anything of the flesh, which thou sacrificedst the first day at even, remain all night until the morning. Thou mayest not sacrifice the Passover within any of thy gates, which the Lord thy God giveth thee. But at the place which the Lord thy God shall choose to place his name in, there thou shalt sacrifice the Passover at even, at the going down of the sun, at the season that thou camest forth out of Egypt. And thou shalt roast and eat it in the place which the Lord thy God shall choose. And thou shalt turn in the morning, and go unto thy tents. 6 days thou shalt eat unleavened bread, and on the 7th day shall be a solemn assembly to the Lord thy God. Thou shalt do no work therein. 7 weeks shalt thou number unto thee. Begin to number the 7 weeks from such time as thou beginnest to put the sickle to the corn. And thou shalt keep the feast of weeks unto the Lord thy God, with a tribute of a freewill offering of thine hand, which thou shalt give unto the Lord thy God, according as the Lord thy God hath blessed thee. And thou shalt rejoice before the Lord thy God, thou, thy son, and thy daughter, and thy manservant, and thy maidservant, and the Levite that is within thy gates, and the stranger, and the fatherless, and the widow that are among them, in the place which the Lord thy God hath chosen to place his name there. And thou shalt remember that thou wast among them in Egypt, and thou shalt observe and do these statutes. Thou shalt observe the Feast of Tabernacles 7 days, after that thou hast gathered in thy corn and thy wine. And thou shalt rejoice in thy feast, thou, and thy son, and thy daughter, and thy manservant, and thy maidservant, and the Levite, the stranger, and the fatherless, and the widow, that are within thy gates. 7 days shalt thou keep a solemn feast unto the Lord thy God, in the place which the Lord shall choose, because the Lord thy God shall bless thee in all thine increase, and in all the works of thine hands. Therefore thou shalt surely rejoice. 3 times in the year shall all thy males appear before the Lord thy God, in the place which he shall choose, in the feast of unleavened bread, and in the feast of weeks, and in the feast of tabernacles, and they shall not appear before the Lord empty. Every man shall give as he is able, according to the blessing of the Lord thy God, which he hath given thee. Judges and officers shalt thou make thee in all thy gates, which the Lord thy God giveth thee throughout thy tribes, and they shall judge the people with just judgment. Thou shalt not wrest judgment, thou shalt not respect persons, neither take a gift, for a gift doth blind the eyes of the wise, and pervert the words of the righteous. That which is altogether just shalt thou follow, that thou mayest live, and inherit the land which the Lord thy God giveth thee. Thou shalt not plant thee a grove of any trees near unto the altar of the Lord thy God, which thou shalt make thee. Neither shalt thou set thee up any image which the Lord thy God hateth.
Chapter 17. Those who worship false gods will be put to death. Priests and judges are to determine the hard cases. Kings are not to acquire horses, wives, or gold for themselves. The king must study the laws of God daily.
Thou shalt not sacrifice unto the Lord thy God any bullock or sheep wherein is blemish, or any ill-favoredness, for that is an abomination unto the Lord thy God. If there be found among you within any of thy gates which the Lord thy God giveth thee, man or woman that hath wrought wickedness in the sight of the Lord thy God, in transgressing his covenant, and hath gone and served other gods, and worshipped them, either the sun, moon, or any of the host of heaven, which I have not commanded, and it be told thee, and thou hast heard of it, and inquired diligently, then behold, it be true, and befell certain, that such abomination is wrought in Israel. Then shalt thou bring forth that man or that woman, which have committed that wicked thing, unto thy gates, even that man or that woman, and shalt stone them with stones, till they die. At the mouth of 2 witnesses, or 3 witnesses, shall he that is worthy of death be put to death. But at the mouth of 1 witness he shall not be put to death. The hands of the witnesses shall be first upon him to put him to death, and afterward the hands of all the people. So thou shalt put the evil away from among you. If there arise a matter too hard for thee in judgment, between blood and blood, between plea and plea, and between stroke and stroke, being matters of controversy within thy gates, then shalt thou arise, and get thee up into the place which the Lord thy God shall choose. And thou shalt come unto the priests, the Levites, and unto the judge that shall be in those days, and inquire, and they shall show thee the sentence of judgment. And thou shalt do according to the sentence, which they of that place, which the Lord shall choose, shall show thee. And thou shalt observe to do according to all that they inform thee, according to the sentence of the law which they shall teach thee, and according to the judgment which they shall tell thee, thou shalt do. Thou shalt not decline from the sentence which they shall show thee, to the right hand nor to the left. And the man that will do presumptuously, and will not hearken unto the priest that standeth to minister there before the Lord thy God, or unto the judge, even that man shall die. Thou shalt put away the evil from Israel. And all the people shall hear and fear, and do no more presumptuously. When thou art come unto the land which the Lord thy God giveth thee, and shalt possess it, and shalt dwell therein, and shalt say, I will set a king over me, like as all the nations that are about me. Thou shalt in any wise set him king over thee, whom the Lord thy God shall choose. One from among thy brethren shalt thou set king over thee. Thou mayest not set a stranger over thee, which is not thy brother. But he shall not multiply horses to himself, nor cause the people to return to Egypt, to the end that he should multiply horses. For as much as the Lord hath said unto you, ye shall henceforth return no more that way. Neither shall he multiply wives to himself, that his heart turn not away. Neither shall he greatly multiply to himself silver and gold. And it shall be, when he sitteth upon the throne of his kingdom, that he shall write him a copy of this law in a book out of that which is before the priests, the Levites. And it shall be with him, and he shall read therein all the days of his life, that he may learn to fear the Lord his God, to keep all the words of this law and these statutes, to do them. That his heart be not lifted up above his brethren, and that he turn not aside from the commandment, to the right hand or to the left, to the end that he may prolong his days in his kingdom, he and his children in the midst of Israel.
Chapter 18. How priests are supported. Divination, spiritualism, and the like are abominations. A prophet, Christ, will arise like unto Moses.
The priests, the Levites, and all the tribe of Levi shall have no part nor inheritance which the Lord shall choose. Then he shall minister in the name of the Lord his God, as all his brethren the Levites do,
Malapit na ako
which stand before the
matapos.
Lord. They
Uy.
shall have like portions to eat, beside that which cometh of the sale of his patrimony. When thou art come into the land which the Lord thy God giveth thee, thou shalt not learn to do after the abominations of those nations. There shall not be found among you any one that maketh his son or his daughter to pass through the fire, or that useth divination, or an observer of times, or an enchanter, or a witch, or a charmer, or a consulter with familiar spirits, or a wizard, or a necromancer. For all that do these things are an abomination unto the Lord, and because of these abominations, the Lord thy God doth drive them out from before thee. Thou shalt be perfect with the Lord thy God. For these nations which thou shalt possess hearkened unto observers of times, and unto diviners. But as for thee, the Lord thy God hath not suffered thee so to do. The Lord thy God will raise up unto thee a prophet from the midst of thee, of thy brethren, like unto me. Unto him ye shall hearken.
Baba lang ng bahay,
According to
maglaba
all
lang
that thou
ako.
desirest of the Lord thy God in Horeb, in the day of the assembly, saying,
Ayan,
Let me not
OTW sa
hear again the voice of the
OFW.
Lord my God, neither let me see this great fire any more, that I die not. And the Lord said unto me, They have well spoken that which they have spoken. I will raise them up a prophet from among their brethren, like unto thee, and will put my words in his mouth, and he shall speak unto them all that I shall command him. And it shall come to pass, that whosoever will not hearken unto my words which he shall speak in my name, I will require it of him. But the prophet which shall presume to speak a word in my name, which I have not commanded him to speak, or that shall speak in the name of other gods, even that prophet shall die. And if thou say in thine
Maiksi
heart,
man
How
binaba
shall we
mo.
know the word which the Lord hath not
Lilis na
spoken?
walang kain.
When a prophet speaketh in the name of the Lord, if the thing follow not, nor come to pass, that is the thing which the Lord hath not spoken.
Laba lang
But
ako
the prophet hath
OFW
spoken it presumptuously. Thou shalt not be afraid of him.
Okay, baba lang kayo ng bahay.
Chapter 19.
Play all na la
Cities
ako.
of refuge are appointed for cases of manslaughter. Murderers will be put to death. 2 or 3 witnesses are required in court cases. False witnesses will be punished.
When the Lord thy God hath cut off the nations, whose land the Lord thy God giveth thee, and thou succeedest them, and dwellest in their cities and in their houses, thou shalt separate 3 cities for thee in the midst of thy land, which the Lord thy God giveth thee to possess it. Thou shalt prepare thee a way, and divide the coasts of thy land, which the Lord thy God giveth thee to inherit, into 3 parts, that every slayer may flee thither. And this is the case of the slayer, which shall flee thither, that he may live. Whoso killeth his neighbor ignorantly, whom he hated not in time past. As when a man goeth into the wood with his neighbor to hew wood, and his hand fetcheth a stroke with the axe to cut down the tree, and the head slippeth from the helve, and lighteth upon his neighbor, that he die. He shall flee unto one of those cities, and live. Lest the avenger of the blood pursue the slayer while his heart is hot, and overtake him, because the way is long, and slay him. Whereas he was not worthy of death, inasmuch as he hated him not in time past. Wherefore I command thee, saying, Thou shalt separate 3 cities for thee. And if the Lord thy God enlarge thy coast, as he hath sworn unto thy fathers, and give thee all the land which he promised to give unto thy fathers, if thou shalt keep all these commandments to do them, which I command thee this day, to love the Lord thy God, and to walk ever in his ways, then shalt thou add 3 cities more for thee, beside these 3, that innocent blood be not shed in thy land, which the Lord thy God giveth thee for an inheritance, and so blood be upon thee. But if any man hate his neighbor, and lie in wait for him, and rise up against him, and smite him mortally that he die, and fleeth into one of these cities, then the elders of his city shall send and fetch him thence, and deliver him into the hand of the avenger of blood, that he may die. Thine eye shall not pity him, but thou shalt put away the guilt of innocent blood from Israel, that it may go well. Not remove thy neighbor's landmark, which they of old time have set in thine inheritance, which thou shalt inherit in the land that the Lord thy God giveth thee to possess it. One witness shall not rise up against a man for any iniquity, or for any sin, in any sin that he sinneth. At the mouth of 2 witnesses, or at the mouth of 3 witnesses, shall the matter be established. If a false witness rise up against any man to testify against him that which is wrong, then both the men between whom the controversy is shall stand before the Lord, before the priests and the judges, which shall be in those days. And the judges shall make diligent inquisition. And behold, if the witness be a false witness, and hath testified falsely against his brother, then shall ye do unto him as he hath thought to have done unto his brother. So shalt thou put the evil away from among you. And those which remain shall hear and fear, and shall henceforth commit no more any such evil among you. And thine eye shall not pity, but life shall go for life, eye for eye, tooth for tooth, hand for hand, foot for foot.
Chapter 20. Laws are revealed for selecting soldiers and making war. Hittites, Amorites, Canaanites, Perizzites, Hivites, and Jebusites will be utterly destroyed.
When thou goest out to battle against thine enemies, and seest horses and chariots, and a people more than thou, be not afraid of them, for the Lord thy God is with thee, which brought thee up out of the land of Egypt. And it shall be, when ye are come nigh unto the battle, that the priest shall approach and speak unto the people, and shall say unto them, Hear, O Israel, ye approach this day unto battle against your enemies. Let not your hearts faint, fear not, and do not tremble, neither be ye terrified because of them. For the Lord your God is he that goeth with you, to fight for you against your enemies, to save you. And the officer shall speak unto the people, saying, What man is there that hath built a new house, and hath not dedicated it? Let him go and return to his house, lest he die in the battle, and another man dedicate it. And what man is he that hath planted a vineyard, and hath not yet eaten of it? Let him also go and return unto his house, lest he die in the battle, and another man eat of it. And what man is there that hath betrothed a wife, and hath not taken her? Let him go and return unto his house, lest he die in the battle, and another man take her. And the officer shall speak further unto the people, and they shall say, What man is there that is fearful and faint-hearted? Let him go and return unto his house, lest his brethren's heart faint as well as his heart. And it shall be, when the officers have made an end of speaking unto the people, that they shall make captains of the armies to lead the people. When thou comest nigh unto a city to fight against it, then proclaim peace unto it. And it shall be, if it make thee answer of peace, and open unto thee, then it shall be that all the people that is found therein shall be tributaries unto thee, and they shall serve thee. And if it will make no peace with thee, but will make war against thee, then thou shalt besiege it. And when the Lord thy God hath delivered it into thine hands, thou shalt smite every male thereof with the edge of the sword. But the women and the little ones and the cattle and all that is in the city, even all the spoil thereof, shalt thou take unto thyself. And thou shalt eat the spoil of thine enemies, which the Lord thy God hath given thee. Thus shalt thou do unto all the cities which are very far off from thee, which are not of the cities of these nations, but of the cities of these people, which the Lord thy God doth give thee for an inheritance. Thou shalt save alive nothing that breatheth, but thou shalt utterly destroy them, namely the Hittites and the Amorites, the Canaanites and the Perizzites, the Hivites and the Jebusites, as the Lord thy God hath commanded thee, that they teach you not to do after all their abominations, which they have done unto their gods, so should ye sin against the Lord your God. When thou shalt besiege a city a long time, in making war against it to take it, Thou shalt not destroy the trees thereof by forcing an axe against them, for thou mayest eat of them, and thou shalt not cut them down, for the tree of the field is man's life, to employ them in the siege. Only the trees which thou knowest that they be not trees for meat, thou shalt destroy and cut them down. And thou shalt build bulwarks against the city that maketh war with thee, until it be subdued.
Chapter 21. How amends are made for murders by unknown persons. Equity is required in dealing with wives and children. Stubborn and rebellious sons will be put to death.
If one be found slain in the land which the Lord thy God giveth thee to possess it, lying in the field, and it be not known who hath slain him, then thy elders and thy judges shall come forth, and they shall measure unto the cities which are round about him that is slain. And it shall be that the city which is next unto the slain man, even the elders of that city shall take an heifer which hath not been wrought with, and which hath not drawn in the yoke. And the elders of that city shall bring down the heifer unto a rough valley, which is neither eared nor sown, and shall strike off the heifer's neck there in the valley. And the priests, the sons of Levi, shall come near, for them the Lord thy God hath chosen to minister unto him, and to bless in the name of the Lord. And by their word shall every controversy and every stroke be tried. And all the elders of that city, that are next unto the slain man, shall wash their hands over the heifer that is beheaded in the valley. And they shall answer and say, Our hands have not shed this blood, neither have our eyes seen it. Be merciful, O Lord, unto thy people Israel, whom thou hast redeemed, and lay not innocent blood unto thy people of Israel's charge, and the blood shall be forgiven them. So shalt thou put away the guilt of innocent blood from among you, when thou shalt do that which is right in the sight of the Lord. When thou goest forth to war against thine enemies, and the Lord thy God hath delivered them into thine hands, and thou hast taken them captive, and seest among the captives a beautiful woman, and hast a desire unto her, that thou wouldest have her to thy wife, then thou shalt bring her home to thine house, and she shall shave her head, and pare her nails. And she shall put the raiment of her captivity from off her, and shall remain in thine house, and bewail her father and her mother a full month. And after that thou shalt go in unto her, and be her husband, and she shall be thy wife. And it shall be, if thou have no delight in her, then thou shalt let her go whither she will. But thou shalt not sell her at all for money. Thou shalt not make merchandise of her, because thou hast humbled her. If a man have two wives, one beloved and another hated, and they have borne him children, both the beloved and the hated, and if the firstborn son be hers that was hated, then it shall be, when he maketh his sons to inherit that which he hath, that he may not make the son of the beloved firstborn before the son of the hated, which is indeed the firstborn. But he shall acknowledge the son of the hated for the firstborn, by giving him a double portion of all that he hath, for he is the beginning of his strength. The right of the firstborn is his. If a man have a stubborn and rebellious son, which will not obey the voice of his father, or the voice of his mother, and that, when they have chastened him, will not hearken unto them, then shall his father and his mother lay hold on him, and bring him out unto the elders of his city, and unto the gate of his place. And they shall say unto the elders of his city, This our son is stubborn and rebellious. He will not obey our voice. He is a glutton and a drunkard. And all the men of his city shall stone him with stones, that he die. So shalt thou put evil away from among you, and all Israel shall hear and fear. And if a man have committed a sin worthy of death, and he be to be put to death, and thou hang him on a tree, his body shall not remain all night upon the tree, but thou shalt in any wise bury him that day. For he that is hanged is accursed of God, that thy land be not defiled, which the Lord thy God giveth thee for an inheritance.
Chapter 22. Moses sets forth laws pertaining to lost property, wearing of proper clothes, caring for interests of others, marrying virgins, and sexual immorality.
Thou shalt not see thy brother's ox or his sheep go astray, and hide thyself from them. Thou shalt in any case bring them again unto thy brother. And if thy brother be not nigh unto thee, or if thou know him not, then thou shalt bring it unto thine own house, and it shall be with thee until thy brother seek after it, and thou shalt restore it to him again. In like manner shalt thou do with his ass, and so shalt thou do with his raiment, and with all lost thing of thy brother's, which he hath lost, and thou hast found, shalt thou do likewise. Thou mayest not hide thyself. Thou shalt not see thy brother's ass or his ox fall down by the way, and hide thyself from them. Thou shalt surely help him to lift them up again. The woman shall not wear that which pertaineth unto a man, neither shall a man put on a woman's garment, for all that do so are abomination unto the Lord thy God. If a bird's nest chance to be before thee in the way in any tree, or on the ground, whether they be young ones or eggs, and the dam sitting upon the young or upon the eggs, thou shalt not take the dam with the young, but thou shalt in any wise let the dam go, and take the young to thee, that it may be well with thee, and that thou mayest prolong thy days. When thou buildest a new house, then thou shalt make a battlement for thy roof, that thou bring not blood upon thine house, if any man fall from thence. Thou shalt not sow thy vineyard with divers seeds, lest the fruit of thy seed which thou hast sown, and the fruit of thy vineyard, be defiled. Thou shalt not plow with an ox and an ass together. Thou shalt not wear a garment of divers sorts, as of woolen and linen together. Thou shalt make thee fringes upon the four quarters of thy vesture, wherewith thou coverest thyself. If any man take a wife, and go in unto her, and hate her, and give occasions of speech against her, and bring up an evil name upon her, and say, I took this woman, and when I came to her, I found her not the maid. Then shall the father of the damsel and her mother take and bring forth the tokens of the damsel's virginity unto the elders of the city in the gate. And the damsel's father shall say unto the elders, I gave my daughter unto this man to wife, and he hateth her. And lo, he hath given occasions of speech against her, saying, I found not thy daughter a maid, and yet these are the tokens of my daughter's virginity. And they shall spread the cloth before the elders of the city. And the elders of that city shall take that man and chastise him. And they shall amerce him in 100 shekels of silver, and give them unto the father of the damsel, because he hath brought up an evil name upon a virgin of Israel. And she shall be his wife. He may not put her away all his days. But if this thing be true, and the tokens of virginity be not found for the damsel, then they shall bring out the damsel to the door of her father's house, and the men of her city shall stone her with stones, that she die, because she hath wrought folly in Israel, to play the whore in her father's house. So shalt thou put evil away from among you. If a man be found lying with a woman married to an husband, then they shall both of them die, both the man that lay with the woman and the woman. So shalt thou put away evil from Israel. If a damsel that is a virgin be betrothed unto an husband, and a man find her in the city, and lie with her, then ye shall bring them both out unto the gate of that city, and ye shall stone them with stones that they die, the damsel, because she cried not, being in the city, and the man, because he hath humbled his neighbor's wife. So thou shalt put away evil from among you. But if a man find a betrothed damsel in the field, and the man force her, and lie with her, then the man only that lay with her shall die. But unto the damsel thou shalt do nothing. There is in the damsel no sin worthy of death. For as when a man riseth against his neighbor, and slayeth him, even so is this matter. For he found her in the field, and the betrothed damsel cried, and there was none to save her. If a man find a damsel that is a virgin, which is not betrothed, and lay hold on her, and lie with her, and they be found, then the man that lay with her shall give unto the damsel's father 50 shekels of silver, and she shall be his wife, because he hath humbled her. he may not put her away all his days. A man shall not take his father's wife, nor discover his father's skirt.
Chapter 23. Moses specifies those who may and may not enter the congregation. He sets forth laws concerning sanitation, servants, usury, and vows.
He that is wounded in the stones, or hath his privy member cut off, shall not enter into the congregation of the Lord. A bastard shall not enter into the congregation of the Lord. Even to his 10th generation shall he not enter into the congregation of the Lord. An Ammonite or Moabite shall not enter into the congregation of the Lord. Even to their 10th generation shall they not enter into the congregation of the Lord forever. Because they met you not with bread and with water in the way, when ye came forth out of Egypt, and because they hired against thee Balaam, the son of Beor, of Pethor, of Mesopotamia, to curse thee. Nevertheless, the Lord thy God would not hearken unto Balaam, but the Lord thy God turned the curse into a blessing unto thee, because the Lord thy God loved thee. Thou shalt not seek their peace, nor their prosperity, all thy days forever. Thou shalt not abhor an Edomite, for he is thy brother. Thou shalt not abhor an Egyptian, because thou wast a stranger in his land. The children that are begotten of them shall enter into the congregation of the Lord in their 3rd generation. When the host goeth forth against thine enemies, then keep thee from every wicked thing. If there be among you any man that is not clean by reason of uncleanness, that chanceth him by night, then shall he go abroad out of the camp. He shall not come within the camp. But it shall be, when evening cometh on, he shall wash himself with water, and when the sun is down, he shall come into the camp again. Thou shalt have a place also without the camp, whither thou shalt go forth abroad. And thou shalt have a paddle upon thy weapon, and it shall be, when thou wilt ease thyself abroad, thou shalt dig therewith, and shalt turn back and cover that which cometh from thee. For the Lord thy God walketh in the midst of thy camp, to deliver thee, and to give up thine enemies before thee. Therefore shall thy camp be holy, that he see no unclean thing in thee, and turn away from thee. Thou shalt not deliver unto his master the servant which is escaped from his master unto thee. He shall dwell with thee, even among you, in that place which he shall choose in one of thy gates, where it liketh him best. Thou shalt not oppress him. There shall be no whore of the daughters of Israel, nor a sodomite of the sons of Israel. Thou shalt not bring the hire of a whore, or the price of a dog, into the house of the Lord thy God for any vow, for even both these are abomination unto the Lord thy God. Thou shalt not lend upon usury to thy brother, usury of money, usury of victuals, usury of anything that is lent upon usury. Unto a stranger thou mayest lend upon usury, but unto thy brother thou shalt not lend upon usury, that the Lord thy God may bless thee in all that thou settest thine hand to, in the land whither thou goest to possess it.
Hello, wait
When thou
lang.
shalt vow a vow
Malapit na
unto the Lord thy
matapos.
God, thou shalt not slack to pay it, for the Lord thy God will surely require it of thee, and it would be sin in thee. But if thou shalt forbear to vow, it shall be no sin in thee. That which is gone out of thy lips thou shalt keep and perform, even a free will offering, according as thou hast vowed unto the Lord thy God, which thou hast promised with thy mouth. When thou comest into thy neighbor's vineyard, then thou mayest eat grapes thy fill, at thine own pleasure, but thou shalt not put any in thy vessel. When thou comest into the standing corn of thy neighbor, then thou mayest pluck the ears with thine hand, but thou shalt not move a sickle unto thy neighbor's standing corn.
Chapter 24. Laws are given concerning divorce, newly married persons, making merchandise of men, taking pledges, leprosy, oppression of servants, and leaving gleanings of crops.
When a man hath taken a wife and married her, and it come to pass that she find no favor in his eyes, because he hath found some uncleanness in her, then let him write her a bill of divorcement, and give it in her hand, and send her out of his house. And when she is departed out of his house, she may go and be another man's wife. And if the latter husband hate her, and write her a bill of divorcement, and giveth it in her hand, and sendeth her out of his house, or if the latter husband die, which took her to be his wife, her former husband, which sent her away, may not take her again to be his wife. After that she is defiled, for that is abomination before the Lord. And thou shalt not cause the land to sin, which the Lord thy God giveth thee for an inheritance. When a man hath taken a new wife, he shall not go out to war, neither shall he be charged with any business, but he shall be free at home 1 year, and shall cheer up his wife which he hath taken. No man shall take the nether or the upper millstone to pledge, for he taketh a man's life to pledge. If a man be found stealing any of his brethren of the children of Israel, and maketh merchandise of him, or selleth him, then that thief shall die, and thou shalt put evil away from among you. Take heed in the plague of leprosy, that thou observe diligently, and do according to all that the priests the Levites shall teach you, as I commanded them, so ye shall observe to do. Remember what the Lord thy God did unto Miriam by the way, after that ye were come forth out of Egypt. When thou dost lend thy brother anything, thou shalt not go into his house to fetch his pledge. Thou shalt stand abroad, and the man to whom thou dost lend shall bring out the pledge abroad unto thee. And if the man be poor, thou shalt not sleep with his pledge. In any case thou shalt deliver him the pledge again when the sun goeth down, that he may sleep in his own raiment, and bless thee, and it shall be righteousness unto thee before the Lord thy God. Thou shalt not oppress an hired servant that is poor and needy, whether he be of thy brethren, or of thy strangers that are in thy land within thy gates. At his day thou shalt give him his hire, neither shall the sun go down upon it, for he is poor, and setteth his heart upon it, lest he cry against thee unto the Lord, and it be sin unto thee. The father shall not be put to death for the children, neither shall the children be put to death for the fathers. Every man shall be put to death for his own sin. Thou shalt not pervert the judgment of the stranger, nor of the fatherless, nor take a widow's raiment to pledge. But thou shalt remember that thou wast a bondman in Egypt, and the Lord thy God redeemed thee thence. Therefore I command thee to do this thing. When thou cuttest down thine harvest in thy field, and hast forgot a sheaf in the field, thou shalt not go again to fetch it. It shall be for the stranger, for the fatherless, and for the widow, that the Lord thy God may bless thee in all the work of thine hands. When thou beatest thine olive tree, thou shalt not go over the boughs again. It shall be for the stranger, for the fatherless, and for the widow. When thou gatherest the grapes of thy vineyard, thou shalt not glean it afterward. It shall be for the stranger, for the fatherless, and for the widow. And thou shalt remember that thou wast a bondman in the land of Egypt. Therefore I command thee to do this thing.
Chapter 25. Judges prescribe punishment for the wicked. The marriage law provides for a brother's widow. Just weights and measures are required. Israel is commanded to blot out the Amalekites from under heaven.
If there be a controversy between men, and they come unto judgment, that the judges may judge them, then they shall justify the righteous and condemn the
Yes,
wicked.
patapos
And
na
it shall be,
ako.
if the wicked man be worthy to be beaten,
Dali lang ah.
that the judge shall cause him to lie down and to be beaten before his face, according to his fault, by a certain number. 40 stripes he may give him, and not exceed, lest if he should exceed, and beat him above these with many stripes, then thy brother should seem vile unto thee. Thou shalt not muzzle the ox when he treadeth out the corn. If brethren dwell together, and one of them die, and have no child, the wife of the dead shall not marry without unto a stranger. Her husband's brother shall go in unto her, and and take her to him to wife, and perform the duty of an husband's brother unto her. And it shall be, that the firstborn which she beareth shall succeed in the name of his brother, which is dead, that his name be not put out of Israel. And if the man like not to take his brother's wife, then let his brother's wife go up to the gate unto the elders, and say, My husband's brother refuseth to raise up unto his brother a name in Israel. He will not perform the duty of my husband's brother. Then the elders of his city shall call him, and speak unto him. And if he stand to it, and say, I like not to take her, then shall his brother's wife come unto him in the presence of the elders, and loose his shoe from off his foot, and spit in his face, and shall answer and say, So shall it be done unto that man that will not build up his brother's house. And his name shall be called in Israel, the house of him that hath his shoe loosed. When men strive together one with another, and the wife of the one draweth near for to deliver her husband out of the hand of him that smiteth him, and putteth forth her hand, and taketh him by the secrets, then thou shalt cut off her hand. Thine eye shall not pity her. Thou shalt not have in thy bag divers weights, a great and a small. Thou shalt not have in thine house divers measures, a great and a small. But thou shalt have a perfect and just weight, a perfect and just measure shalt thou have, that thy days may be lengthened in the land which the Lord thy God giveth thee. For all that do such things, and all that do unrighteously, are an abomination unto the Lord thy God. Remember what Amalek did unto thee by the way, when ye were come forth out of Egypt, how he met thee by the way, and smote the hindmost of thee, even all that were feeble behind thee, when thou wast faint and weary, and he feared not God. Therefore it shall be, when the Lord thy God hath given thee rest from all thine enemies round about, in the land which the Lord thy God giveth thee for an inheritance to possess it, that thou shalt blot out the remembrance of Amalek from under heaven. Thou shalt not forget it.
Chapter 26. The children of Israel are to offer to the Lord a basket of the first fruits of Canaan. They are commanded to keep the law of tithing. They covenant to keep the commandments, and the Lord promises to make them a holy people and a great nation.
And it shall be, when thou art come in unto the land which the Lord thy God giveth thee for an inheritance, and possessest it, and dwellest therein, that thou shalt take of the first of all the fruit of the earth, which thou shalt bring of thy land that the Lord thy God giveth thee, and shalt put it in a basket, and shalt go unto the place which the Lord thy God shall choose to place his name there. And thou shalt go unto the priest that shall be in those days, and say unto him, I profess this day unto the Lord thy God, that I am come unto the country which the Lord sware unto our fathers for to give us. And the priest shall take the basket out of thine hand, and set it down before the altar of the Lord thy God. And thou shalt speak and say before the Lord thy God, A Syrian ready to perish was my father, and he went down into Egypt, and sojourned there with a few, and became there a nation, great, mighty, and populous. And the Egyptians evil entreated us, and afflicted us, and laid upon us hard bondage. And when we cried unto the Lord God of our fathers, the Lord heard our voice, and looked on our affliction, and our labor, and our oppression. And the Lord brought us forth out of Egypt with a mighty hand, and with an outstretched arm, and with great terribleness, and with signs, and with wonders. And he hath brought us into this place, and hath given us this land, even a land that floweth with milk and honey. And now, behold, I have brought the first fruits of the land, which thou, O Lord, hast given me. And thou shalt set it before the Lord thy God, and worship before the Lord thy God. And thou shalt rejoice in every good thing which the Lord thy God hath given unto thee, and unto thine house, thou, and the Levite, and the stranger that is also have given them unto the Levite, and unto the stranger, to the fatherless, and to the widow, according to all thy commandments which thou hast commanded me. I have not transgressed thy commandments, neither have I forgotten them. I have not eaten thereof in my mourning, neither have I taken away aught thereof for any unclean use, nor given aught thereof for the dead. But I have hearkened to the voice of the Lord my God, and have done according to all that thou hast commanded me. Look down from thy holy habitation, from heaven, and bless thy people Israel, and the land which thou hast given us, as thou swearest unto our fathers, a land that floweth with milk and honey. This day the Lord thy God hath commanded thee to do these statutes and judgments. Thou shalt therefore keep and do them with all thine heart and with all thy soul. Thou hast avouched the Lord this day to be thy God, and to walk in his ways, and to keep his statutes and his commandments and his judgments, and to hearken unto his voice. And the Lord hath avouched thee this day to be his peculiar people, as he hath promised thee, and that thou shouldest keep all his commandments, and to make thee high above all nations which he hath made, in praise and in name and in honor, and that thou mayest be an holy people unto the Lord thy God, as he hath spoken.
Chapter 27. The children of Israel are to cross the Jordan, build an altar, and worship the Lord. They are the Lord's people, but will be cursed if they do not obey him.
And Moses with the elders of Israel commanded the people, saying, Keep all the commandments which I command you this day. And it shall be on the day when ye shall pass over Jordan unto the land which the Lord thy God giveth thee, that thou shalt set thee up great stones, and plaster them with plaster. And thou shalt write upon them all the words of this law, when thou art passed over, that thou mayest go in unto the land which the Lord thy God giveth thee, a land that floweth with milk and honey, as the Lord God of thy fathers hath promised thee. Therefore it shall be when ye be gone over Jordan, that ye shall set up these stones, which I command you this day, in Mount Ebal, and thou shalt plaster them with plaster. And there shalt thou build an altar unto the Lord thy God, an altar of stones. Thou shalt not lift up any iron tool upon them. Thou shalt build the altar of the Lord thy God of whole stones. Thou shalt offer burnt offerings thereon unto the Lord thy God. And thou shalt offer peace offerings, and shalt eat there, and rejoice before the Lord thy God. And thou shalt write upon the stones all the words of this law very plainly. And Moses and the priests the Levites spake unto all Israel, saying, Take heed and hearken, O Israel. This day thou art become the people of the Lord thy God. Thou shalt therefore obey the voice of the Lord thy God, and do his commandments and his statutes, which I command thee this day. And Moses charged the people the same day, saying, These shall stand upon Mount Gerizim to bless the people, when ye are come over Jordan, Simeon, and Levi, and Judah, and Issachar, and Joseph, and Benjamin. And these shall stand upon Mount Ebal to curse, but Gad, and Asher, and Zebulun, Dan, and Naphtali. And the Levites shall
Yes.
speak, and
Ilan
say
na?
unto all the men of Israel with a loud voice, Cursed be the man that maketh any graven or molten image, an abomination unto the Lord, the work of the hands of the craftsman, and putteth it in a secret place. And all the people shall answer and say, Amen. Cursed be he that setteth light by his father or his mother. And all the people shall say, Amen. Cursed be he that removeth his neighbor's landmark. And all the people shall say, Amen. Cursed be he that maketh the blind to wander out of the way. And all the people shall say, Amen. Cursed be he that perverteth the judgment of the stranger, fatherless, and widow. And all the people shall say, Amen. Cursed be he that lieth with his father's wife, because he uncovereth his father's skirt. And all the people shall say, Amen. Cursed be he that lieth with any manner of beast. And all the people shall say, Amen. Cursed be he that lieth with his sister, the it shall come to pass, if thou shalt hearken diligently unto the voice of the Lord thy God, to observe and to do all his commandments which I command thee this day, that the Lord thy God will set thee on high above all nations of the earth, and all his blessings shall come on thee, and overtake thee, if thou shalt hearken unto the voice of the Lord thy God. Blessed shalt thou be in the city, and blessed shalt thou be in the field. Blessed shall be the fruit of thy body, and the fruit of thy ground, and the fruit of thy cattle, the increase of thy kine, and the flocks of thy sheep. Blessed shall be thy basket and thy store. Blessed shalt thou be when thou comest in, and blessed shalt thou be when thou goest out. The Lord shall cause thine enemies that rise up against thee to be smitten before thy face. They shall come out against thee one way, and flee before thee 7 ways. The Lord shall command the blessing upon thee in thy storehouses, and in all that thou settest thine hand unto, and he shall bless thee in the land which the Lord thy God giveth thee. The Lord shall establish thee a holy people unto himself, as he hath sworn unto thee, if thou shalt keep the commandments of the Lord thy God, and walk in his ways. And all people of the earth shall see that thou art called by the name of the Lord, and they shall be afraid of thee. And the Lord shall make thee plenteous in goods, in the fruit of thy body, and in the fruit of thy cattle, and in the fruit of thy ground, the land which the Lord sware unto thy fathers to give thee. The Lord shall open unto thee his good treasure, heaven, to give the rain unto thy land in his season, and to bless all the work of thine hand. And thou shalt lend unto many nations, and thou shalt not borrow. And the Lord shall make thee the head, and not the tail. And thou shalt be above only, and thou shalt not be beneath. If that thou hearken unto the commandments of the Lord thy God, which I command thee this day, to observe and to do them. And thou shalt not go aside from any of the words which I command thee this day, to the right hand or to the left, to go after other gods to serve them. But it shall come to pass, if thou wilt not hearken unto the voice of the Lord thy God, to observe to do all his commandments and his statutes, which I command thee this day, that all these curses shall come upon thee, and overtake thee. Cursed shalt thou be in the city, and cursed shalt thou be in the field. Cursed shall be thy basket and thy store. Cursed shall be the fruit of thy body, and the fruit of thy land, the increase of thy kine, and the flocks of thy sheep. Cursed shalt thou be when thou comest in, and cursed shalt thou be when thou goest out. The Lord shall send upon thee cursing, vexation, and rebuke, in all that thou settest thine hand unto for to do, until thou be destroyed, and until thou perish quickly, because of the wickedness of thy ways, whereby thou hast forsaken me. The Lord shall make the pestilence cleave unto thee, until he have consumed thee from off the land, whither thou goest to possess it. The Lord shall smite thee with a consumption, with a fever, and with an inflammation, and with an extreme burning, and with the sword, and with blasting, and with mildew, and they shall pursue thee until thou perish. And thy heaven that is over thy head shall be brass, and the earth that is under thee shall be iron. The Lord shall make the rain of thy land powder and dust. From heaven shall it come down upon thee, until thou be destroyed. The Lord shall cause thee to be smitten before thine enemies. Thou shalt go out one way against them, and flee 7 ways before them, and shalt be removed into all the kingdoms of the earth. And thy carcass shall be meat unto all fowls of the air, and unto the beasts of the earth, and no man shall fray them away. The Lord will smite thee with the watch of Egypt, and with the emerods, and with the scab, and with the itch, whereof thou canst not be healed. The Lord shall smite thee with madness, and blindness, and astonishment of heart. And thou shalt grope at noonday, as the blind gropeth in darkness. And thou shalt not prosper in thy
Ay,
ways,
grabe,
and thou
tapos
shalt
na,
be only
May.
oppressed and spoiled evermore, and no man shall save thee. Thou shalt betroth a wife, and another man shall lie with her. Thou shalt build an house, and thou shalt not dwell therein. Thou shalt plant a vineyard, and shalt not gather the grapes thereof. Thine ox shall be slain before thine eyes, and thou shalt not eat thereof. Thine ass shall be violently taken away from before thy face,
Natapos
and
din
shall not be
maglaba.
restored to thee. Thy sheep shall be given unto thine enemies, and thou shalt have none to rescue them. Thy sons and thy daughters shall be given unto another people, and thine eye shall look, and fail with longing for them all the day long, and there shall be no might in thine hand. The fruit of thy land and all thy labors shall a nation which thou knowest not eat up, and thou shalt be
Bye-bye
only
muna,
oppressed and crushed
Tradish.
alway, so that thou
Punta
shalt
ko
be
sa
bad
labas.
for the sight of thine eyes,
Biling
which thou
ulam,
shalt see.
saka ano.
The Lord shall smite thee in the knees and in the legs, with a sore
Bye-bye.
paunch that
Thanks much,
cannot be
Maya
healed,
ulit.
from the sole
God
of thy
bless
foot to the
everyone.
top of